Anyone ever used that in the last 20 years? No? All right. We'll just throw this away. All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. And welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting for Tuesday, January the 31st, 2023. Wow, January's almost over. Crazy. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the procedure bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during, is everyone here? No. Loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. We do want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love that they show in taking care of the land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contributions and the passion of our City of Vancouver team members who work incredibly hard every single day to make this place a better place for all of us. And finally, something new to the agenda that I hope we do every single day is I do want to make sort of some safety comments here. In the highly unlikely event of any kind of an emergency where we have to leave the building, if you can direct your attention to the glass doors, they should be open in that event. And then there are two exits right by the post to the left that you can go down and access the stairs. Please do not use the elevators. And if for whatever reason that glass door is blocked or we can't get out there, there are 4 exits to another side of this room that you can leave and access, get out of the building in an orderly fashion. And, we have a lot of team members here that can guide us through that process. The final thing I want to say, and this is something new to the building, we actually have a defibrillator at the end of this hallway. So in the highly unlikely event that those Pacoras catch up with me, can you guys please make sure you run down the hallway there, get the defibrillator, and give me a little jolt. But in all seriousness, everyone should be familiar with where the defibrillator is, and it's at the end of the hall. So thank you. So clerk, may we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
And Councillor Zhou. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Skip? No, we're here. We're ready? Okay, thank you. Morning. Here we go. Okay, for those who do not know, Black History Month is upon us, and the commemoration of Black History Month dates back to 1926, but it wasn't until 1995, following a motion introduced by the first African-Canadian woman elected to Parliament, the Honourable Jean Augustine, that the House of Commons officially recognized February as Black History Month in Canada. In 2008, the Senate approved and adopted the motion introduced by Senator Donald Oliver, the first Black man appointed to the Senate, to recognize Black History Month, completing Canada's position on the Black History Month. In 2011, Vancouver City Council formally added Black History Month to its list of 16 official annual celebrations and observances. Black History Month provides us with the opportunity to celebrate and learn about the many achievements, investments, and contributions of Vancouver's Black and African diasporic communities, even while these communities have endured historical and continuing inequality, oppression, and erasure. For too long, the institution of the City of Vancouver and its elected leaders have perpetrated discrimination against Black and African diaspora communities. Um, and as a side note, recent events in Memphis once again underscore the pressing need to address these institutional and systemic racism. This Black History Month, we're honoring members of Vancouver's Black community who have contributed to the vibrancy of Vancouver. However, we acknowledge that it's not enough just to celebrate Black History Month and highlight past and present leaders. Each and every day, we should be honoring, uplifting, and respecting the voices and lives of all members of the Black community. The City of Vancouver is working on an anti-Black racism strategy and has signed an MOU with the Hogan's Alley Society to establish the long-term involvement and investment of the Black community in the future life of the 898 Main Street block to address the intergenerational socioeconomic impacts of displacement and the need for the continued input of the Black community's perspective in the Northeast False Creek planning process and all of our city planning processes. And so with your permission, I'd actually like to invite all of our council teammates here to stand in solidarity with the Black community. And I'd like to ask our teammate Pete Fry to read the proclamation.
Whereas the City of Vancouver celebrates Black History Month by recognizing that people of African descent have been part of Canada since the early 1600s, prior to the abolishment of slavery in 1834, and have been part of British Columbia's history since 1858. And whereas the UN General Assembly proclaimed 2015 to 2024 as the International Decade for People of African Descent, and the City of Vancouver recognizes that Black Canadians and African diaspora communities continue to contribute to the vibrant cultural, economic, political, and social development of the city, even in the face of the continued injustices of anti-Black racism and colonization. And whereas the City of Vancouver affirms the rights and is striving to strengthen the full and equitable participation of people of African descent, and whereas Vancouver is located on the unceded ancestral territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, the city recognizes the historical relationship between Indigenous and Black communities and is dedicated to support strengthening relations between Indigenous, Black, and people of mixed heritage. And whereas the City of Vancouver honors the legacy of Black Canadians who have significantly shaped this country and paved the way for the leadership, creativity, determination, and future imagination of Black Canadians, African diaspora, and other racialized communities, and all Canadians, including Emery Barnes, a trailblazer in politics, as the first Black member of the Legislative Assembly in British Columbia, as well as Barbara Howard, a pioneering figure in Canadian sports and education, and Vi Moore, whose Hogan's Alley restaurant became a prominent cultural and community Vancouver landmark. And whereas the City of Vancouver is working on an anti-Black racism strategy and has signed an MOU with the Hogan's Alley Society to establish a long-term involvement and investment of the Black community in the future life of the 898 Main Street block to address the intergenerational socioeconomic impacts of displacement and the need for the continued input of the Black community's perspective in the Northeast False Creek planning process and all our city planning processes. I, Ken Sim, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the month of February 2023 as Black History Month in the City of Vancouver.
Awesome, thank you. And by the way, Ken, you look way better looking. Like you just got way better looking. That other Ken's, oh God. And then we do have representatives to receive the proclamation. So Maurice Earle from the Unity Center Association for Black Cultures. Maybe if we can take a quick picture and then have you give us, some amazing words. That'd be great. Amazing. The pressure's on. Or should we do the picture after? What would you like? You know what? We have a momentum here. Why don't you speak first and then
Right on.
do you mind just
How much time do you have?
You have as much time as you want.
I was about to say the same thing.
We will be breaking.
You know, so lunch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hi, everybody. How you doing? You good? Oh my goodness! It's Black History Month. That's fantastic. Let's give a round of applause. I'm very, very happy to be here today, especially because nobody was here for quite so many years. But I was always on the outside watching in. I was the Canada Post guy that used to unveil the stamps, myself and my wife. So I was wondering, when am I going to get mine? So now I'm getting mine. No, I'm joking. I'm very, very happy to receive this for the Unity Center Association for Black Cultures. We started out in 2012, and we've been going ever since. We did a lot of work with Hogan's Alley. That's how I met Pete. And, you know, some really, really good work here. And the recognition is huge. And Hogan's Alley is like a diamond, a landmark, especially for Vancouver, Vancouverites. You know, I'm looking at the day because Vancouver has always really been a leader in this situation with Black History Month and such, with you know, putting on some great shows and really showing the city and all the other municipalities what can be done during Black History Month. So I just hope that Vancouver is going to be a leader to kind of merge the other municipalities, because Black History Month, again, it's done very well in Vancouver, but it has to go further. A lot of people connect to Vancouver, whether they live, work, play here. And, you know, they might not live here, but they still use the services and such. I'm looking at those borders of the municipalities. I'm kind of seeing, I want to see them disappear. I want to see all the municipalities working together. And I do know that Vancouver is a leader in that because they showed me. I've been invited to some meetings with the municipalities headed by Vancouver, City of Vancouver. So I'm very happy, and I want to give a round of applause for that. Our organization is not a Vancouver organization. It is a provincial organization, and we do go deal with some national situations as well. But we service anybody and everybody who connects with the African diaspora. Okay, it doesn't matter if you're from another group. You're welcome with open arms in our group. We are a conduit. We want to make sure that any services or anything are pushed towards the right people. We don't have to be doing everything. We want to empower everybody, and it's about creating neighborhoods. And that's one big thing with the Hogan's Alley. It's about creating that neighborhoods. Remember the porches? Right? So we want to create that camaraderie, take the lines out, and just work together to you know, that we have you saw a lot of the example of Memphis. A lot of racism is still there. White supremacy is still going on. We need to make sure not just, again, the Black community, but the Asian community. We're in solidarity with the Asian community, with the Indigenous community, any community. We want to make sure that we come together and we work together to make this place better. I want to just extend my apologies for the rest of my board. Unfortunately, they could not make it. I barely made it with this snow going on, and not because of my driving. I grew up in Newfoundland. I know snow. It's the other people that don't know. Anyways, but again, I just want to extend my gratitude to everybody here and everybody who's come. And I'm not too sure, but is this recorded? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Everybody outside, again, getting the message out. We got to make sure the stories are out there, getting the messages out there. We can't be in the dark. It's time to get everything to come to light. Okay, I again appreciate it, and I will give it back. See, before lunch, I do have though. I have a gift for everybody. Okay, can you bring up the box? Do I have time? Okay, thank you. Again, very dangerous words. Uh, as a representative of Canada Post as well, we usually have a big stamp. Unfortunately, the big stamp is not here. However, I do have what we call first day covers. I don't know if everybody knows what first day covers are. We usually bring them during Black History Month. Well, actually, any big event. They are a very nicely designed cover. It's an envelope with the actual stamp. So this has, you'll be seeing the Black History Month stamp for this year. So I'm going to hand this out. Just, I didn't have one to read. Okay, so I don't know if everybody knows the person on this year's stamp. You open it up, you'll see this is the first day cover. That's what we call it. A lot of collectors collect the first day covers with the stamps as well. And it is about Chloe Cooley. And there's a little bit of information on the back. I think the video on YouTube has come out. I say just take a look at it. Please, learn this, send the message out. We do this every year, but Black History Month is just not 28 days, 29 days sometimes. Black History Month is a yearly thing, and that's what we want it. We want it where there's no need for Black History Month because everything is, we are involved, we are included in every way of life. Enjoy, and I think that would be it. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, okay.
This is City Moderator. Council just in a brief recess. The meeting will be convening shortly. Please remain on the
All right, Maurice, thank you very much. That was awesome. Okay, so the plan for today, any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today, we have 3 administrative items and an in-camera motion, adoption of minutes matters, adopted on consent, 2 items of unfinished business, 1 report and 1 referral report, 4 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, 4 council member motions, a notice of council members motions, and new business inquiries and other matters. The plan for today is we will break at noon for lunch, followed by an in-camera meeting. We will return at 3 p.m., continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda if needed, and break at 5 o'clock for dinner, and then return at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda if required. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Thank you very much, Councillor Bly. Seconded. Councillor Meisner, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Minutes 1 are from the council meeting of January the 17th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? No. Would someone like to move adoption? Great, and seconded. Thank you. All in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing of January the 17th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? No. Would someone like to move to adoption? Thank you. Councillor Joe, seconded. Councillor Blythe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on January the 18th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Great. Would someone like to move adoption? Great. Thank you. Jinx, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we have a seconder as well. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Minutes 4. Yeah, so you guys can't talk for 5 minutes now, right? Is that the rule? Let's pass everything. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing of January the 19th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Would someone like to move adoption? Great, thank you. Councillor Joe, seconded. Councillor Clausen, thank you. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Matters adopted. I got to number 4, right? Yeah, that's right. Matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have 1 referral report on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations for referral report 1 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any or hold this item for debate or questions to team members? No. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent item? No. Okay. Would someone like to move adoption of the recommended?
Mayor,
Thank you. Seconded.
Mayor, I was just on the queue for a quick clarification.
Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of ourselves here.
No problem. Just confirming that unfinished business is not on consent. Both item 2.
Yeah, that is correct. We have unfinished
Just want
business.
to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the motion was moved by, I think, Councillor Dominato, right? Do we have a seconder? Great. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. So that was the improving life and safety. Okay, so the following has been approved on consent. It would be The referral, thank you. Referral report number 1, zoning and development bylaw amendments to Schedule E building lines, Hastings Street, north side from Cassiar Street to Boundary Road. Okay, unfinished business. Our first item of unfinished business is a member's motion moved by Councillor Carr. At the council meeting on January the 17th, 2023, council referred the following motion to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting on January the 18th, 2023, in order to hear from speakers, followed by debate and decision. Due to audio issues, council referred this motion to the council meeting on January 31st, 2023, which is today, as the first item of unfinished business. Increasing the climate smart supply of renewable energy in Vancouver, introduced and moved by Councillor Carr and seconded by Councillor Boyle. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. At the Standing Committee on January the 18th, we started to hear from speaker number 2. However, due to audio issues, we will reset the speakers list and begin again with our first registered speaker, Nathan Davovitz. Sorry, I always mispronounce this name. I'm sorry, Nathan. Nathan Davidovich. Thank you. You know what? Next time I mispronounce that, I'll, lunch. Actually, I don't know if I can say lunch. No, forget it. You know what? I'm going to work and pronounce your name correctly. I apologize. So Nathan, you are up.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, thank you very much, and members of council. I support the motion of Councillor Carr, and specifically on item number 6, it states that Vancouver, 57% of our emissions come from burning gas in buildings and 37% from transportation. Canada needs to meet climate change head on. In BC, we are way behind in public transportation. Most of the budget is for highway, over 90%. We have been shortchanged on funding for transit and active transportation for many years. The City of Vancouver can make changes, and we could reinstate or return the Planning, Transportation and Environment Standing Committee of Council and get council to approve specific projects like they do in other municipalities. We need traffic safety and Vision Zero, and we need to update Transport 2040, which is a city transportation plan that was approved in 2012. We have to stop supporting TransLink bad plans. We need to return all the bus cuts that they've done since 2020. Last week, they showed up a chart that Vancouver lost 12% of its bus service in the last 3 years. We need to have proper traffic and parking regulations on all major streets in the city, which are also bus routes. Proper, consistent regulations have to be done. Transportation decisions from City Council have to be done at City Council and not by the city engineer. We can't have traffic regulation that says no parking, 4 to 6, no parking 3 to 6, no parking 3 to 7. I mean, 40 years ago when I visited New York City, the regulation was no parking or stopping 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. And that's what we should have in Vancouver. So thank you very much for hearing me, and thank you.
Great. Thank you, Nathan. And we do have questions. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nathan, for calling in and for so diligently emailing City Council with information about transit. Do you have any particular thoughts, though, about the renewable energy supply? And I'm thinking, if we're moving, I think you've been an advocate around going electric with with all our buses and transit services. So, is that an important issue for you? It's the gist of this motion.
Well, I do not think that Fortis BC, which is a private company, would be able to supply our renewable energy. The BC government should redone what was done in 1980 by the social credit government of privatizing BC Hydro Gas. That's the only way we will have control over our resources if we take over Fortis BC. And I don't agree that renewable natural gas buses are good. LA stopped using natural gas buses. They converted the whole fleet to electric buses. Or they will have it all finished by the Olympic, by 2028. So that's what we need to do here in Vancouver, is electrify our buses as fast as possible.
Okay, that's helpful information. Thanks a lot, Nathan.
We're just trying to get Christine on the line here.
This is City Moderator. Christine, you're good to go. Thanks.
Okay. You can hear me okay?
All right, Christine, are you on the line?
I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
We can barely hear you. Would you be able to get closer to your phone and speak up, please?
Sure. How's that?
Yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Okay. So, good morning. My name is Christine Turing. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm at home in East Vancouver. I'm here to express partial support of agenda item UB1 on today's agenda, increasing the climate-smart supply of renewable energy in Vancouver. I approve the call for renewable energy on Vancouver rooftops and appreciate Councillor Carr's consistency in speaking up for social and ecological well-being and resilience during the climate emergency, which we are deeply embroiled in, whether we remember it or not. However, I would advocate for a broader motion that mandates multifunctional approaches over standalone systems. I'm speaking on behalf of the Green Roof Info think tank in Vancouver. I've been coordinating the GRIT since 2018 while working at the BCIT Centre for Architectural Ecology, which has been doing green roof research in Vancouver since 2006. I have worked with green roofs since 1999 via installation, maintenance, advocacy, education, and research. I have a Master's of Science from the Penn State Center for Green Roof Research, PhD from the Department of Landscape at the University of Sheffield, looking at ecological process on green roofs 20 to 30 years after their installation. I am an interdisciplinary ecologist who is passionate about biodiversity and healthy communities. I'm also a green roof professional. So I mentioned multifunctionality, approaches over standalone systems. The fact is that green roofs enhance the efficiency of solar panels by cooling the air around them. In exchange, rooftop solar panels create microclimates through shading and condensation, which benefit green roof, floristic, and biodiversity. Combined, these technologies are synergistic. Their interaction produces a combined effect greater than the sum of their parts. To best address the urgency of climate change, Vancouver must create a functioning roofscape. That is, roofs that simultaneously provide thermal insulation, improve air quality, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, support pollinators, mitigate stormwater, enhance material durability, provide natural views and access to nature, and generate energy when the sun shines. We are inspired by the leadership and example of other cities and their visionary policymakers who offer developers a range of choices to combine multiple rooftop technologies to achieve their sustainability goals. The positive effects of this approach are felt industry-wide. It provides planners, architects, and engineers an adaptable framework best suited to an individual project in which they are the experts. At the same time, it provides developers flexibility, helping them respond to financial, industry, and market needs. From a city's point of view, the choices offer a wider range of benefits and better address climate change on a united front, all while balancing constituents' individual needs and interests. I think I've got time to celebrate and highlight the vision of two cities in particular. So the city of San Francisco in California, in January 2017, San Francisco became the first U.S. city to mandate solar and living roofs in varying combinations on most new construction. While the area coverage mandate can include a combination, in this context, green roofs are valued twice as much as solar panels. That's because of the numerous benefits they offer at the same time. The other city I'd like to highlight is Denver, Colorado. In November 2018, Denver passed its Green Building Ordinance, which requires developers to select combinations of cool roof, green roof, renewables, building certification, energy program, and green space on most large new buildings and retrofits. And lastly, I'd be remiss not to mention the state-level act just south of the Medicine Line from where we are today. In January 2022, in Washington State, Senate Bill 5732 was submitted to require all new large commercial and multifamily buildings in Washington to have one of four combinations in varying proportions of photovoltaic and
Christine,
green.
sorry, your time is up. I do apologize, but you do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Okay.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks so much. And thanks, Christine, for coming and speaking to us. I actually wanted to explore more this notion that you have been talking about, which is a mandate to combine green roofs with solar applications or renewable energy applications. I know you just were detailing a number of places, including Washington, but has there been any sort of analysis of whether or not there are problems related to those green roofs in terms of either the failure of the membranes or so that water might get in and wreck the roofs? I've been hearing people talk about that. How much of a problem do you think it is in your research?
Thanks, Adrienne. That's a good question, which comes up a lot. I guess the fact is that when a green roof gets put in, because the overburden protects the membrane, it's anticipated to be in place for decades. So a lot of attention is placed on the installation to ensure that the roofing membrane is absolutely 100% secure and never leaks.
Okay, so it's is the issue then in the installation itself, and should you be in? I guess two questions. One, are there sufficient installers within the city that know how to do this properly? And secondly, have you heard about issues when you have a green roof and then choose not to do green and solar at the same time, but later add a solar? Are there issues, or is it better to do it with staggering it, or is it better to do it together?
Yeah, well, I'm pleased to say we do have a robust green roof industry in Vancouver. including a number of certified green roof professionals. As well, the Roofing Contractors Association of British Columbia is a big supporter of green roofs. RCABC has a very rigorous approach to roofing that outshines the rest of the country, the other provinces. RCABC, the Roofing Contractors Association of BC, also has a course to ensure that installers, roofers are well trained on installation in particular. So that is really not an issue here. To the question of staggered installation, I guess that is certainly an approach that could be taken, and that's the benefit of having combined systems. There are many solar systems that are actually integrated with the green roof system. So you'll find off-the-shelf manufacturers who actually provide those systems where the green roof is the ballast of the solar panels. So rather than just having gravel or pavers, you can actually have that green roof holding the system down from wind uplift. The last thing I would just say is that the green roof protects the waterproofing. So it protects it from UV rays and from extreme temperature fluctuations, which is why roofing is framed.
Christine, I apologize. You are at time. But I do want to thank you for your thoughtful comments and, the references to what other cities and states are doing as well. It really does help us. With that, I do apologize, but we have to move on to the next speaker. So thank you. The next speaker we have on the list here is Karen Liu. Karen, are you
Hi,
there?
good morning. Can you hear me? Yes,
Yep.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Karen Liu, and I am a resident in Vancouver. To start, I would like to commend Councillor Carr for her continued efforts as a climate champion in our city. I'm in support of her motion to increase supply of renewable energy production in Vancouver. However, I would also like the Council to consider broadening the scope of the motion to include green roof to better leverage our city's rooftops to fight climate change. Today, I'm speaking as a concerned citizen living in Vancouver, but I would like to include my professional background for a bit of context. I have a PhD in engineering and have been working with the roofing industry for over 20 years. I'm currently working for a Canadian green roof company, and my previous work experiences include green roof performance research at the National Research Council and BCIT School of Construction and the Environment, and product development for a major German green roof company. Vancouver is facing extreme weather events resulting from climate change such as heat waves, floods, and storm, which put our citizen infrastructure and natural ecosystem at risk. While solar photovoltaics, PV, and solar hot water system, as proposed in this motion, can increase supply of renewable energy and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, they do not manage stormwater, support biodiversity, or mitigate urban heat islands like green roofs and blue-green roofs. A holistic solution is therefore necessary to address all aspects of climate change effectively. In July 2018, Councillor Carr motioned to require green roofs for all new commercial, industrial, institutional, and multi-family residential buildings in Vancouver, and the motion was passed anonymously by Council. Unfortunately, the motion appeared to have fallen through the cracks, and green roof has never made it into requirement, which was incorrectly stated in number 10 in this motion. Now we have the opportunity to amend the current motion to incorporate green roofs. As the last speaker explained, combining green roof and PV can create synergy and take their performances to the next level and further increase ROI. In fact, the more proactive cities and visionary policymakers are offering choices for developers to combine rooftop technologies to achieve their sustainability goals. And this provides greater design flexibility and are more cost-effective for the developers. And from a city's point of view, the choices offer a wider range of benefits and more effectively address climate change on multiple fronts. And just as the last speaker mentioned, San Francisco's Better Roofs Ordinance and Denver, Colorado's Green Building Ordinance both require developers to select combination of green roof, renewables, and other options on most large new buildings and retrofits. We need our roof in our city to do more than just keeping water out. Multi-pronged strategy and multi-function approaches are needed to create a sustainable roofscape in Vancouver. The current motion is a good start, but too narrow in its scope and not up to par compared to other progressive North American cities that are embracing a more holistic, inclusive, and flexible approach. Therefore, I would respectfully ask the Council to raise the bar and expand the current motion from PV and solar hot water to include all sustainable rooftop technologies, such as green roof, blue-green roof, and bio-solar roof. Thank you very much for listening.
Awesome. Great. Thank you very much. And Karen, we actually do have questions from Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you so much, Karen, for your work on this and coming to speak. I'm interested in a point you made about certain cities that already require a choice. And I want to be clear. When you talk about San Francisco, Denver, the other places that have been mentioned, do builders have to include some combination of green roofs and solar applications? And I noticed that there were some different combinations. Do they have to on certain kinds of buildings, or is it an option?
Yes, they have to. So this is a mandate, if you want to put it that way. So, for example, San Francisco require either a cool roof or a green roof or a combination of both. So you have to do one or the other or both of them. And for Denver, they have more choices. So they include cool roof, green roof, renewable energy like PV, and also like green building certification, like LEED certification. So they have more options to choose from. And being in Denver, where it's hotter and the sun is stronger, so cool roof becomes something that they also embrace. But for San Francisco, for example, it's more close to our weather, and they require both, either like the green roof, PV, or both of them together.
Great. And in your experience, and is that on new builds? On the
new building and retrofit. And retrofit for
okay.
And large retrofit.
And large, okay. And is there a preference amongst the contractors, developers, builders, for the combination or for either the green roof or the solar? Like, what's the experience been in those cities in terms of preferences?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So it really depends on the project. It's really project dependent because, for example, if you have a roof that is exposed on top and then with nothing shading it, then a solar would create we create more energy in that situation. But for example, if you are in a sensitive watershed, a blue-green roof would be a better choice. So some of this would depend on where you are and what is your requirement. Because in addition to this requirement, there are also green standard and stormwater management requirements, just as we have in Vancouver. So sometimes, for example, green roof can address both, like kind of kill two birds with one stone, for example. So then that would be preferred. But in certain situations, it could be the other way. Maybe the energy choices, renewable energy is more prominent or more suitable for certain projects.
Okay, great. Understood. Thank you. That's good information.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Karen, thank you for your thoughtful comments as well. The next speaker we have is, and I apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce your name, Zipporah Berman.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
And you didn't mispronounce it.
I did pronounce it correctly?
Yeah, you did great. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you. Please, please feel free to get started.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for inviting comment on this important motion. My name is Sephora Berman. I've worked to design policy and advise governments on environmental, energy, and climate policy for 30 years in Canada and around the world. I live and work here in Vancouver, and I'm the mother of 2 grown sons who also live here in Vancouver. I'm the chair and founder of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative globally, as well as the International Program Director at Stand.Earth. And I hold 3 degrees and an honorary doctorate from UBC on environmental policy. In February of 2021, a state of emergency engulfed Texas due to an unprecedented winter storm that resulted in complete power grid failure. Over 10 million people went without power at the height of the crisis. The result was a deep freeze that entered people's homes, leaving them in the dark with no heat and no water. The final official death toll was recorded at 246. However, some experts really believe that it was much higher. After extensive analysis, researchers have concluded that the Texas power grid was not prepared to handle such a catastrophic storm. And with the ever-increasing occurrence of devastating weather events worldwide, the question, I think, becomes what the local governments, energy providers, and especially green energy providers need to do to protect citizens in the future. The benefits of being able to power one's own home may be obvious. However, how it benefits the community may not be. In a crisis in which the power grid is on the verge of failing or collapsing, buildings and homes with this technology can rely on batteries charged by solar energy rather than continuing to overwhelm the grid. Texas lawmakers now believe that if more energy providers had customers with solar capabilities, the grid could have gotten some relief. Fewer people would have died. Numerous recent studies conclude that solar panels and solar hot water heaters increase individual and grid resilience in the face of increased extreme weather and storms that can impact energy services. And in a peer-reviewed study in Science Direct by Ralph Egert and others, the authors concluded that the key learnings from this extensive study were that energy grids are in a transition period and may, in this interim stage, suffer from less overall stability. And the resilient operation of energy grids in the future depends on the increasing active behavior of what they call prosumers, consumers that are capable of producing electricity locally. So the beneficial impacts of reduced greenhouse gas emissions and the need to act now to do everything in our power to fight climate change are very clearly laid out in this motion. We know that we're already experiencing climate change. We know that we need to do everything we can to reduce pollution to meet the world's goals of net zero by 2050 and a 50% reduction by 2030. But what I think many don't realize is that renewable energy will cost us less, make us less dependent on increasingly fragile energy systems, and finally, have serious health benefits. And that's where I want to conclude. Fossil fuels are now known to be the leading premature cause of death worldwide. 1 in 8 premature deaths globally come from just the air pollution, predominantly from oil, gas, and coal. And new studies are showing that fracked gas use in our homes contains cancer-causing poisons. A new study just 2 weeks ago showed that 20% of childhood asthmas are coming from our gas stoves. So whether it be to ensure a safe and stable climate, to save money, protect our health, or ensure Vancouver citizens have more resilient systems in the face of storms and extreme weather, such as flooding or heat domes, supporting the scale-up of home renewable energy systems just makes sense. I want to thank the Mayor and Council for their leadership on these issues and for the certainty that policies such as these provide the high-tech and clean-tech business community that's growing in our city and in our province. It's work such as this that makes us proud and gives us tangible examples of hope and leadership for our children who are increasingly anxious about the world that they've inherited. So I urge you to pass this important motion and to continue this leadership. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sephora. But please don't leave. We do have some questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Sephora. I really appreciate the perspective you've brought here to this motion, and specifically the vulnerability of the power grids. It does raise for me a question, though, I'm wondering if you can answer, which is, right now, when you produce solar energy of any kind, it goes into the grid. And I took to heart your comment about the grid failure in Texas. Do you think that there should be attention paid to being able to be independent of the grid, i.e. have backup battery to which your own solar panels can feed into?
Absolutely. This is going to increase individuals' resiliency. And we have to also make sure we have the connectivity in a smart grid so that individuals can feed back to the grid. Diverse and multiple sources of energy into our main grid is critical. But it's also critical at this moment in history when we know that extreme weather is only increasing and that weather will become more unpredictable, that we help citizens have resilient and independent systems as well.
Mm. Great. Now you work internationally. Can you just affirm for me just how the world, other cities in other places are acting in terms of increasing renewable energy?
This year was probably the most dramatic growth that we've ever seen around the world. There was more investment into renewable energy globally overall than we have seen in oil, gas, coal, and nuclear combined. That's from the Bloomberg New Energy Finance reports that have recently come out looking at global investment. And in fact, in Europe, contrary to the arguments of the fossil fuel industry as a result of Putin's war on Ukraine, Europe is not dramatically increasing investment in fossil fuels in order to ensure better security, but in fact in renewable energy. In several countries, in renewable energy and electrification of heating and energy systems. So, for example, heat pump uptake has increased more than 50% in many countries around Europe, with Germany, of course, really leading that charge. And we have renewable energy targets that have been set by the European Commission and European Parliament are now being revised to be even more aggressive. The places that have significant renewable energy systems are now saving a lot of money because the fact is fossil fuels now globally in the global marketplace in almost every jurisdiction around the world are more expensive than renewable energy at scale because the prices have dropped so much.
Thank you, Sephora. You're at time, and thank you for the once again very thoughtful comments. The next speaker we have is Lisa Barrett. Lisa, are you on the phone? Lisa? Not on the line? Okay, we will circle back. The next speaker we have is Dr. Marianne Rev. Dr. Rev, are you on the phone?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Marianne Rev. I'm a retired family physician and clinical associate professor at UBC. I'm a member of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment. Equally significant, I'm a mother and grandmother. I'm speaking in support of Councillor Carr's motion. Two of the most important negative health impacts of climate change are extreme heat and poor air quality. The heat dome in the summer of 2020 demonstrated the danger of extreme heat to Vancouverites. 99 dead in Vancouver, 619 in BC. Research by Dr. Sarah Henderson, Scientific Director of Environmental Health Services of the BC Centre for Disease Control, and her team have provided high-quality evidence regarding the risk factors responsible for these deaths. The top one is deprivation. both material and social. Our city's low-income areas, where poor seniors live alone, and where those with severe mental illness and substance abuse often live alone, are most likely to be affected because of the poor quality of their housing and lack of air conditioning. Asthma was another risk factor. Proximity to green space was shown to be a protective factor. We know that hotter summers are coming. The 10 hottest years on Earth have occurred since 2010. There will continue to be increasing need for electricity for air conditioning, heat pumps, and air purifiers for those who can afford it. With BC Hydro warning of its limits to supply clean electrical energy beyond 2030, establishing affordable, local, renewable clean energy sources for the City of Vancouver must be developed. Councillor Carr's motion is a no-brainer. Direct the City to do the necessary consultations and evaluations with relevant experts within a reasonable time frame. Why? In order that all citizens of Vancouver will be able to cool their homes to safe levels in extreme heat and to purify the air in their homes when the outside air quality is dangerous to their health. Cities around the world are showing how this can be done. I encourage every one of you to read Solved, S-O-L-V-E-D, by David Miller, Mayor Emeritus of City of Toronto and past Director of C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group. The examples Councillor Carr provided are also in that book, along with many other cities, including Vancouver in the chapter on new buildings, and what they are doing to improve the safety of their residents from the health consequences of a warming planet that is only going to be getting hotter. And now a quick anecdote close to my home. I live in a condo in South Vancouver on the north shore of Fraser River in a strata of 80 units in 3 buildings, all facing south with flat roofs that would be ideal for photovoltaic cells to capture free sunshine. The majority of owners are mid-income seniors, many living with a pet. As real estate prices have skyrocketed, there are an increasing number of young families and renters. It got so hot for 10 days last summer, especially in units with south and west facing windows, that residents who didn't have adequate air conditioning had to leave their homes. Our current strata bylaws do not allow heat pumps. It will take a special 75% majority vote to change that, and that's unlikely to happen. Thank you again for allowing me to the opportunity to address this motion.
Great, Dr. Rev. Thank you very much for your comments. And we do have some questions for you here. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Marianne. You're really emphasizing, of course, the need to install heat pumps and the importance of that in terms of people's health. Have you and the Physicians for the Environment thought about, though, the defraying of costs if you get a heat pump by putting in solar, a solar PVC array? In other words, to bring down the actual overall cost of operating a heat pump, which could, especially if it's in combination with any rebates from the government, would provide for sort of a more socially just approach to this response to our climate emergency.
Very much so, and that's why I said that establishing affordable, local, renewable, clean energy sources for Vancouver must be developed. Yes. We know that sun energy is free, but we have to do what we have to do in order to be able to use it. Yes.
Right.
That's a huge factor.
Good. Happy to hear that. That's it for my questions. Thank you for coming.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Maura Brown. Maura, are you there? Maura? Nope. You will circle back. The next speaker is Louise Schwartz. Louise, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you great.
Great, excellent. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Probably the last day I can say Happy New Year to you all. It's great to see the 6 incumbent councillors back in their seats in this chamber, many of whom I know, and I welcome the 4 newly elected councillors and mayor. I really look forward to meeting and working with you all over the next 4 years of your mandate as we build Vancouver's green, circular, and inclusive economy. My name is Louise Schwartz. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm co-owner of 4 green, circular innovation businesses in the Flats: Recycling Alternatives, Terraforma Systems, Regenerative Waste Lab, and False Creek Fabrication. Collectively, we employ almost 70 people, as well as working closely with inner-city inclusive employment agencies such as Embers, Eastside Works, Mission Possible, Binners Project, and United We Can. Today, I'm speaking in support of Councillor Carr's motion to increase climate-smart supply of renewable energy in Vancouver. And I'm going to make my comments based on the United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres' comments 2 weeks ago at the World Economic Forum in Davos, because I think the Secretary-General's comments really underline the urgency and context as to why it's so important and inevitable that the world starts moving very proactively towards a renewable energy transition. Secretary-General Guterres says that almost every week brings a new climate horror story with greenhouse gas emissions at record-level highs, and the commitment to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees seems to be going up in smoke. Without further action, he says we're headed to 2.8 degrees increase, and we all know how unsustainable that is. He further states this should come as no surprise to any of us, this reality, since the science has been clear for decades, not only from the UN scientists, but also from the fossil fuel scientists themselves. And in recent weeks, we've learned that similar to the tobacco industry, certain fossil fuel producers were fully aware back in the 1970s that their core product was in fact baking our planet, yet they chose to ride roughshod over their own science. So he emphasized to the World Economic Forum that the battle to keep to 1.5 degrees limit is going to be won or lost in this decade and on our watch. And we seem to be losing the battle if we don't act together to close this emissions gap and really phase out coal and supercharge the renewable energy transition. Every jurisdiction, every aspect of our economy, our infrastructure and regulatory framework is going to need to step up and play its role in taking proactive steps to end our reliance on fossil fuels and move towards renewables. We'll certainly need full engagement and commitment from the private sector to play its role in moving towards an alternative transition to net zero. But equally, the role of government is going to be critical, because while the private sector may be leading in innovation, it is the governments that will need to create the adequate regulatory and stimulus environment to support this transition. So this motion is really a proactive step for the Council and the City towards Vancouver's journey towards renewables, and it is directly aligned with Councillor Boyle's Climate Emergency Action Plan motion that was passed in 2020. In May 2019, through the Zero Emissions Vehicles Act, the province committed to the following terms to transition all vehicles in the province to renewables: 10% by 2025, 30% by 2030, and 100% by 2040. These are very aggressive targets, and we all need to get started ASAP. At Recycling Alternative, we're already doing our part by purchasing and introducing our first electric vehicle into our operation next month. This truck has cost 3 times what a fossil fuel truck for our fleet would cost, but we're committed to doing our part to shift towards sustainable and regenerative practices in our recycling operations. So with this motion, the City of Vancouver can demonstrate its intention to do its part by proactively committing to steps towards a renewable future for Vancouver. Therefore, we really support this motion. We urge Council to support and move forward, and in fact to direct staff to focus on a few of the key words in the motion: expedite and commit to a timeline, create the policies and bylaws needed to forge this pathway for Vancouver towards renewable energy, and finally to pursue these goals aggressively. We say it almost on a daily basis here at Recycling Alternative: there is no time for no anymore. And Antonio Guterres stated 2 weeks ago in Davos, the world can't wait. So thank you, and we're in full support of this motion.
Great. Thank you very much once again for those incredibly thoughtful comments. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks so much, Louise. You know, you are the first one speaking that is coming from the industrial sector. I'm wondering what kind of discussions you're having amongst other industry owners. You're in the flats, but you know, about the possibility of adding and the appetite for adding solar onto your roofs, many of which I think are flat.
Yeah. That's a great question, and I can tell you that when we built the Green Hub here, which, you know, we're in a co-location with United We Can, and that was a motion that went to council in 2012 to be passed. In fact, we were just ahead of that motion that one of the speakers spoke to earlier, which was because we have a huge flat roof. We're in a city-owned property. We have a long lease with the city. And in fact, we were just ahead of that implementation of the city going for the greening all its industrial buildings. So we were very disappointed that we missed out by about 3 weeks on that, because we'd love to build a green roof on top of our operation. I can tell you, for example, I just had a conversation yesterday with Elia Kirby at the Arts Factory asking us about our electric vehicle and what that's looking like. We're going to be probably the first local business that has a truck that's going back and forth downtown Vancouver to our site here in the flats to do a zero emissions collections from places like Pacific Centre. I've also talked to people like Patrick at Modo, Patrick Nangle, and again, very interested in looking at how we could look at commercial van share programs for groups like, which are workers co-op, groups that are doing Victory Gardens that don't need all these extra vehicles, but would love to look at an electric fleet that they can share. And then, as many councillors are aware, we're really looking at building a green industrial innovation district here in the flats called the Grid, and we fully intend that to be a zero emissions district. So there is a lot of uptick from other businesses and organizations close to us that are working in industrial. And as I say, we, along with others like the Arts Factory, would love to see our roofs greened. We would love to be growing hops on top, for example, for many of our brewing clients, because we do a lot of the breweries here. And we could be looking at some circular agriculture, urban agriculture.
That's brilliant. Hops on top. Love it.
Yep.
Thanks. Thanks as always for your innovative approach, Louise.
Excellent. Thank you.
Louise, thank you very much. And, it's just really exciting to hear about all the innovation that's happening in our city. And, I know we have challenges with the environment, but it's also our biggest opportunity. And when framed that way, it's exciting to see what's going on. So thank you very much. The next speaker we have is Brennan Waters. Brennan, are you on the line? Nope. Okay, I will circle back really quickly. Is Lisa Barrett on the line? Nope. Maura Brown? Nope. All right, then we are, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you for everyone for speaking to council. And like I said, a lot of thoughtfulness displayed by our callers. So I really, I know I speak for council when I say thank you. Council, is there any discussion on this motion? Councillor Carr?
I think I'm going to just, if there's another speaker, I'm just going to hold off because I'm just doing an additional amendment. So sorry.
Okay, so I will advance to Councillor Boyle.
Well, I can buy Councillor Carr a couple moments of time. I had just wanted to say that as we heard so clearly and with such breadth from speakers, this is an important direction to be moving in. I am thankful to Councillor Carr for constantly raising this, pushing it forward. I will just share briefly, again, while Councillor Carr types up that amendment. My family installed solar on our roof a couple of years ago when we were getting all of the gas out of our house and wanted to make sure our electric use wasn't going up too much. We were able to install solar on our garage and basically keep our hydro bill the same to cover the gap of increased use that we saw because of eliminating all of the gas. And so when we talk about, as we electrify, we clearly need to electrify the increased load, making it easier for decentralized energy generation. Like, this is one important piece of that map, and has been really beneficial. I always enjoy, we have an app where we can track the solar coming in, and my kids really like looking at it and figuring out each day how much energy we're generating ourselves. There are a lot of ways we can make that easier for residents to be doing, and some really great local companies who are growing and expanding, figuring out solar. So I will end it there. Happy to support this. Keen to see this work go forward.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much, Mayor. Before I go into the motion as a whole, I did circulate an amendment, and I just circulated an additional amendment to that. But just to while the clerks bring that up, the additional amendment for the sake of councillors was highlighted in green above what was already highlighted as amendments in yellow. So let me just start by saying regarding this amendment that I want to thank Councillor Klassen for coming to me, approaching me with some suggested changes to the motion. We discussed them all, and there was one in which I said no, that I didn't think that would really work. That was regarding some wording he suggested regarding ZEEC, the Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center, but we came up with a solution on that, and this amendment is the result of that collaborative conversation that I had with Councillor Klassen. So again, thank him for that. The additional amendment, which you'll see is in green further down, arises out of the speakers who came to speak to us specifically around the green roofs. They did mention, and for some of you who are more recent to council, it was several terms ago that I put forward a motion to pursue green roofs in the city of Vancouver, especially on larger institutional buildings, industrial buildings, and multifamily buildings. And I do understand from speakers and from people who've approached me more recently that it's not absolutely clear in terms of maybe some of the specifications in our bylaws on how that should get enacted and where it should get pursued. I think it's more optional right now. So, but more importantly to me, I have been following the information that was presented to you at this council table today around how other jurisdictions are in fact combining green roofs with the solar applications. And maybe, Mayor, if I could just ask a question through you to staff about whether that wording, which is new as of today, actually is workable from a staff point of view.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Doug Smith. I'm the Deputy General Manager for Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. And reviewing the additional language, yes, we wouldn't have any concerns with that, especially with the term where appropriate.
Great. Okay. So the only other, thank you very much, Doug. Yes, Doug Smith. It sounds hard saying Mr. these days. So
I know the feeling.
Yeah. The only other thing that I wanted to note in terms of my amendment is that that there had been some additional language I changed from the 2 weeks ago when I circulated, and that was in discussion with the Metro Van Zero Emissions Innovation Center, who are quite keen to bring experts together in a learning opportunity that elected officials and staff from municipalities could attend around because this is something that has really caught the imagination of a lot of practitioners and builders within the Metro Van area. I think it's something that could be quite exciting and helpful in the process of pursuing this. But that's it for me on the amendment.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And I do apologize. I should have pushed everyone into the amendment queue. So clerk, I need to ask for a motion to move to the amendment queue? Well, can I please get a seconder to, okay, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask that we move to the amendment queue, and then clerk, can we put everyone back in the order that they? Great, thank you very much. So we lost Councillor Clausen there. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up. Oh, all right, Councillor, sorry. Can we get that change, please? So Councillor Clausen first, then thank you very much. So I will advance. Oops. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, everyone. Councillor Clausen, you are up.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And I just a real brief comment in support of obviously the amendment here. It was great to work with Councillor Carr on this one, and the fact that we're engaging some outside agencies. I think it's going to be a great opportunity for Zeke, which has got a significant contribution from the federal government to begin its operations. We'll have a chance for it to be able to start showcasing its efforts by working with the city here. This is more of a general question for staff, but I wanted to just ask them, have renewable energy, sort of locally focused renewable energy, has this been a focus in past from some of the work of our sustainability team?
So Doug Smith, Deputy General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Yes, we have been looking at renewable energy generation for a number of years. BC Hydro has been very good at providing any electricity that we require, on demand or on short term when we're doing new developments or projects. And we're also working closely with Fortis on their renewable gas plans. But we also want to make sure that we do have capacity going forward in the future. So we're also watching the Fortis and Hydro long-term scenario planning very closely. They're doing with the BCUC. And we're also working closely with BC Hydro on a grid capacity study to look at do we have enough power as we start not only adding more electrification to buildings, but also just changing our building types. As we're adding more density across the whole city, we're going to see an increase in demand for electricity, both for the buildings, but also for electric vehicles. So that study's underway, and we're hoping to have some results later this year.
Thanks very much. The other question I have is the discussion that we've had so far today has been talking around things like green roofs that will kind of help reduce the heat island effect and make the environment cooler, and also the use and adoption of solar energy. Does the city have any forecasting on energy use, especially as we go in the direction of electrification, new electric vehicles? Do we have some idea how we're going to be able to scale the energy demand?
Yes, we do, absolutely. So we're looking at the long-term impacts of the change to more of electrification across the whole city. And that's why we are working really closely with BC Hydro to ensure that we do have capacity. Right now, we have no indication from Hydro that there's any issues, but we want to dig as deep as possible to make sure that we don't come across any unexpected surprises.
And finally, just is there any work that staff has done with regards to the costs of energy? Obviously, there's going to be new systems and new innovations. Sometimes there's been obviously a lot of discussion around lowering and maintaining existing price of energy, but some of these systems do come with additional costs for a variety of reasons. Have you taken a look, put an affordability lens on some of the energy choices?
Absolutely. Regarding an affordability lens, when we started this work back in 2015 with the green buildings especially, there was a premium absolutely to make a building all electric. And a lot of that was due to the supply chain. not an abundance of electric heat pumps and other equipment that's required here. But now that supply chain is becoming much more mature, and we're finding the majority of buildings that are built with zero emissions or all electric are pretty well at par with using fossil fuels for the construction of the buildings. We actually just had a recent example that came out that was less expensive for a building that was built up in Pemberton near Whistler. But more importantly, the operational costs are significantly less, especially with a combination of the carbon tax, but also just the increase in the cost of fossil fuels. So we're seeing the electrification as being an affordability benefit for the whole city, on top, of course, the air quality issues that come with it as well, and the lower greenhouse gases.
Very good. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Great, thank you. And just a reminder that we are in debate. So if you have questions of our team members, if you can raise it as a point of information through the chair. This isn't, these should be points of information, points of information should be clarifications versus a second full question period per se. I'm learning as we go as well, so thank you. Okay, the next person, Councillor Kirby-Young, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I am just in sort of comments finally on this motion, and I appreciate Councillor Carr bringing it forward and us continuing to push sort of the envelope with respects to green building standards and renewable energy in the city of Vancouver. I'm also grateful for the amendments because I think it strikes a bit more balance in terms of relying upon outside experts and some of the excuse me, expertise that they have that can help inform sort of the city's approach and processes. And so I am happy to sort of see that focus on really bringing that information in as opposed to kind of tasking our staff with doing some of that additional work. I think we want to be informed by kind of what's happening in terms of innovation and leading edge practices out there. Having said that, and the one caution that I have in terms of balancing our environmental goals with respect to the initiatives around green roofs or potential amendments to the Vancouver building bylaw is the housing crisis and affordability. And so I think we always have to balance between, as while we're trying to streamline our regulations and actually expedite housing and get over the finish line, that people want to have a roof over their head. They'd love it to be a green roof, but first of all, foremost, they want to have a roof. So I'm looking for that balance in terms of ensuring that we are supporting both of those outcomes. And I think that the amendments, particularly in F, kind of speak to that, is that we don't want to slow down some of that streamlining, but we do still want to continue to lead. And we've seen some positive outcomes and kind of accolades for Vancouver's green building standards, for example. So I'm just going to kind of note that I think that's the balancing that this council needs to do in dealing with sort of the three-legged stool of the trifecta of those three demands, right? Environment, affordability, and housing, because people want their housing delivered. They need it, and they need it quickly. And we see the dramatic impact on that when you have folks that are lining up for rentals and several hundred calls for one unit. But having said that, I'm very supportive of how this is framed. And again, really appreciate Councillor Carr for bringing it forward. And I'm happy to support the amended motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll keep my comments brief. Just similar to Councillor Kirby-Young, I was going to reflect the importance of striking that balance around our needs to address climate change and emissions through the proposal here, but also housing affordability. What I will touch on, and I am speaking in support of the motion and as well as the amendments all at once, is I think that as we've seen, Vancouver's been a leader in this area, and and that is certainly attributable to past councils, many of them, and also the staff leadership. But I'll also reflect, I think it's very important that as we're trying to drive that leadership here in the city of Vancouver, that we're also calling on our municipal counterparts in other neighboring municipalities to be looking at the same. We're in the same region, and as I've noted before, on many subjects, that we need to be thinking regionally, not just simply about our own local boundaries, and that means the entire Metro Vancouver area and region. And so I hope that other municipal governments take notice of the work and the efforts and this motion in particular. And so that would be my only additional reflection to the debate that's been carried here today, is that we need to work collaboratively across the region, and I'd like to see other municipalities looking at similar measures. Look forward to the reports back, and thank you, Councillor Carr, for bringing this forward.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And so, okay, seeing no one else on the queue to speak on this amendment, I'm now going to call a vote. Clerk, can we please move us to the voting panel? For the amendment. All right, it is unanimous. The amendment passes. Okay, main queue. Councillor Carr, you have the floor. Go and speak. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have the floor. Very good. All right. Wow, these are the best ones ever. Councillor Klassen, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So just to, first of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Carr for bringing her motion forward, as well as being open to a few suggestions with regard to the process for achieving the goals set out in her motion and expanding the involvement of third-party experts in the field of renewable energy. As I always like to say, ABC stands for Always Be Collaborative. We have an opportunity in the term of this government to build upon the good work of past councils that began a generation ago in the early 1990s with the Clouds of Change report. In order for Vancouver to succeed at mitigating and adapting the real risks of climate change, we have to embrace new innovations around energy production. The uncomfortable truth, however, is that despite setting greenhouse reduction goals for the past 30 years, we've yet to achieve our targets yet. So we should ask ourselves, what can we learn from our experience so far? We should also take a look at how other jurisdictions have fared with their own quest to combat climate change. What we do know is that prescriptive policies and measures from government have much less likelihood of success. Whereas we know that by setting performance-based measures, they'll spawn higher rates of innovation, adoption, and price competition in the marketplace. Some of the European cities that are often cited for their adoption of renewables have also grown accustomed to higher prices for heating and cooling, but there are clear indications that prices are coming down. With so many affordability pressures facing households in Vancouver, any solutions we must bring forward must be conscious of the cost to energy consumers. And so I'm glad Councillor Carr's motion does make mention of the need for affordable solutions. So I am pleased to support this motion and hope it becomes a part of an overall direction from this council to drive innovation, affordability, and real reductions in our city's carbon footprint.
Thank you very much, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And to conclude, first of all, again, I want to really thank the speakers, not only for coming and speaking to us today, but their patience with the technology challenges we had at the last meeting, and also just for the good information that they've provided to us by speaking to us. This motion really arises in my mind out of an urgent situation, not only urgent because the climate crisis is accelerating, and we see it. There is news about that every single day. So doing our bit as a city, every jurisdiction has to do their bit. So yes, every other government has to act, and big governments, federal governments, should to be taking leadership, provincial governments, but we have to do our bit. And so I'd like to see us doing that, doing our bit in a way that's smart, in a way that increases the resilience of this city, as well as bring down the greenhouse gases so that we are mitigating climate change. And that does so in a way that is compassionate and thoughtful and supportive of the people who live and work here. So one of the things we haven't talked much about in this motion, but it's very clear that when you actually install solar energy, solar hot water, solar PVC, which I've done as I think some of you know, on a place we have where our children live, now grown, on the Sunshine Coast. Our bills are, I mean, we're still right now in January over there, still at a net positive that hydro owes us from the summer production of solar energy. So it will, although there was an installing cost, and I'm hopeful the motions that I brought forward at the provincial UBCM meeting to encourage the province to bring rebates in and to train people to do the installations that will actually reduce those costs as well. It's so interesting since I did this, I noticed all these new articles, solar mandatory on new buildings in Berlin. France requires all large parking lots to be covered with solar panels. This past Thursday, the U.S. Energy Department now offering $10 million in prizes to municipalities to boost community solar development. So it's on the right trend. I'm happy to see support around this table for us moving forward too. Thank you.
You do have another 2.5 minutes if you want to use them as well.
I don't. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Awesome. So I'm now going to call the motion to a vote. Clerk, can you please take us to the voting screen? Council, please register your vote on the panel. All right. The motion carries unanimously. Great job. I would like to make a couple of comments, just very briefly. I love what's happening here. I love the fact that all of our team members in this chamber are working together. We have different sort of skill sets and lived experiences, but I can tell you, everyone loves the environment. And I love the fact that we're looking at this challenge differently. And it's not, one or the other. We can actually look at our challenges and, there's opportunity in those challenges, as we heard from, the incredibly thoughtful speakers that we had come on today. And I love the fact that we have so many engaged residents of our city who have like incredible skill sets that are helping us, drive forward on the changes that need to happen. And I also do want to acknowledge Councillor Carr as well for bringing this motion to the table, but also, on the fly, being a very active listener and actually amending the amendment based on, comments that we got from, the residents today. And so for me, this is a very proud moment. I love what's happening in this chamber. And I love that we're all working together and rowing in the right direction, the same direction. So thank you. All right. So our second item of unfinished business is the report, the Granville Street Planning Program, Terms of Reference and Interim Rezoning Policies. At the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities on January the 18th, 2023, Council referred debate and decision on the following report to today's Council meeting as unfinished business. And so I'm actually declaring a conflict of interest on this item. And so out of an abundance of caution, I will be declaring a conflict and recusing myself from this item. And the reason is I do have an interest in a company called Rosemary Rock Salt. And we are coming to the end of a commercial lease, actually literally today. But the Bonus family owns the property up until today that we are leasing. And so out of, like I said, an abundance of caution, I will be recusing myself and from this motion or from this issue. And I'm going to cede the chair to the acting mayor, Councillor Bly.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor. Happy to take over on this item, no problem. So our second item of unfinished business is the report, Granville Street Planning Program, Terms of Reference and Interim Rezoning Policies. At the Standing Committee meeting on Policy and Strategic Priorities on January 18th, 2023, Council referred debate and decision on the following report to today's Council meeting as unfinished business. So before we start, I'd actually just ask, does any other member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none, we will move ahead. So at that previous meeting, Councillor Kirby-Young moved the recommendations on January 18th. And so what we would be looking for is a seconder. Councillor Dominato, and we can now move to discussion. So I see we've got Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue here, so I'll advance you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like to kick us off with an amendment, which I have circulated to all of council and to the clerk. And I know you're going to move us to an amendment queue.
I'm just going to move us to an amendment queue and ask that you put yourself back on the queue. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just to provide some context for this amendment, which does kind of look to kind of dial up the dial, so to speak, and provide a bit more momentum and energy behind the vision for Granville Street. The intention here, and I'm really appreciative of the report and the planning program coming forward that staff are saying they're going to undertake over the next 18 months. And what I really appreciate in the report is the fact that it recognizes the history and the legacy of Granville Street as the one and only entertainment district that we have in the heart of our city, and really zeroes in on that neighborhood with the 5 blocks from Robson South to Drake Street and the immediate shoulders up to the lanes. But I felt that it could go further and it could do more. And this amendment was actually inspired by looking back at the past history of discussions that the last council had around this amendment, where, for example, on February 9th, 2021, almost 2 years ago, we directed the staff to look at any quick starts or actions that would support an economic stimulus and cultural revitalization for the area. And almost 2 years later to the day, we haven't yet advanced some of those opportunities, and yet we know they are there. And some of them are referenced in the amendment, so I'll just walk through them and highlight them because there is an amount of text here. But in simple terms, the amendments, first and foremost, focus on the shortage that we have and the dire shortage of new hotels in the city. A study conducted for Destination Vancouver by MNP prior to COVID-19 identified we had a shortage of 1,105 hotel rooms in the city of Vancouver. The lost economic impact of that is hundreds of millions of dollars. And since then, we have lost additional hotels with things like the Rapid Housing Initiative federally that converted hotels to short-term housing. We are about to host FIFA 2026, the largest sporting event in the world. And we desperately need to move that forward for the health and vitality of our tourism sector. We also see the pressure on our housing stock when we see folks turning to Airbnb or trying to work around the regulations because they simply cannot get a hotel room. And it's very analogous to what we see in housing, is that the more expensive those hotel rooms become as you have less of them. So that's the first crux of the First Amendment, which is to expedite I recognize hotels are a priority and expedite any projects that we could bring to bear while this planning process is underway. The second piece looks at advancing the processing of the 800 Granville Street rezoning application. People will be familiar with this one. It's the one that contemplates a revitalization of the Commodore Ballroom that will allow significantly more music events to be held there with more modernized facilities that enable load in and load out. And yet retains the historic features of that block, but also does something that Granville Street desperately needs, which is to bring people into the area by day and by night with additional office. And so that will have to go through its due diligence of review and public feedback. But that is a project that council had previously identified would fit under a quick start action that we would like to be able to have the ability to determine and move that forward. So that's the other amendment. The other pieces of this really relate to the vision for the street overall, and that's with respects to public space. While the report certainly does reference enhancing the public realm, it doesn't take, in my view, as bold a view as we could, with lots of great dialogue now around the shipyards, for example, and the accolades it has received. It's incredible how that's become a destination for people. It is a great zone, and I think Granville Street has the potential to do that. So I'd like to see us dial up the ante on that one around bringing forward a bold vision for public space, something that council could potentially contemplate funding in the next 4-year capital plan. So include that in the planning work that staff are going to be doing. Imagine the opportunity to have outdoor patios, dining, perhaps infrastructure where local musicians can come and perform without having to recreate the wheel each time. And then the other part of the amendment, last and foremost, is to engage with TransLink. I've had great dialogues with them so far. I think that they are very willing and open to this conversation. And that is to do the homework, to look at the opportunity and see if it makes sense to make the Granville Entertainment District zone vehicle free and relocate buses onto adjacent streets. We piloted the Granville Promenade, which has run for a couple of summers now, and it felt like a different street. When the buses came off that in the summer, on summer weekends, it was incredible to see the energy and just how much fun it was down there. And I think that's what we're striving to do, which is to bring back a vibrant entertainment district. Councillor Fry talked about the historic neon nature of it. It was fun and exciting, and I think that our city deserves that. So that's a summary of the amendments. Thank you.
So we're looking for a seconder for the amendment. The amendment, we were seconded the report. So I see Councillor Meisner. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to pause and then move Councillor Boyle. Oh, you don't need to be on the queue to second, but I do appreciate it. Do you want to make some comments?
Yeah, just happy to say I'm particularly excited about the excitement around the public realm here and broader use of the street space. I remember Councillor Carr's motion, I think it was Councillor Carr's motion about reallocating road space across the city, and would love to see that spread across the city. I know we often hear from folks in neighborhoods of South Vancouver or elsewhere who are all interested similarly in that road reallocation, but appreciate the connection to the shipyards and the desire for activated public realm here and the success that's come out of the Granville Promenade in the past. So happy to support this and really wanted to especially echo excitement about that piece.
Great, thank you very much. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, we can go ahead and call the vote. Thank you very much. That motion passes with none in opposition. So moving back to the main queue, is there any further discussion? Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also circulated 2 amendments and I think they could just be renumbered to fall under the additions to A that we just added.
Great. Can I move us to an amendment queue and then you can speak to your amendments? Thank you.
So the first is in reference to questions that came up in the presentation of this report 2 weeks ago around work to address gender-based safety in the Granville Entertainment District, and certainly an issue staff, particularly social policy staff, have worked on, that the Good Night Out folks have been doing really important work on, but often in an ad hoc way. And so I think bringing that work into the long-term plan and vision for this area is important. And then the second piece, again, comes from questions and comments. I know a number of us here around public arts and music, and I think it aligns well with Councillor Kirby-Young's visions and broad discussion around the use of that public realm. It's phrased as exploration, so we can hear back from staff about kind of the appropriate balance there, but creating more outdoor public performance space is certainly something we hear from the public, part of trying to chip away at our reputation for being no fun. And so those are the 2 additions.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Dominato. Oh, actually, I believe we need a seconder. Okay, Great. Councillor Carr, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm happy to support the amendments, and a couple of comments in particular with respect to the first. I think it's an important addition, and as I noted in comments 2 weeks ago, it certainly stood out to me that the guiding principles didn't include community safety. And while I haven't proposed an amendment today, my understanding is that staff are going to ensure that's included going forward as part of the guiding principles for the planning for Granville Street. And particularly to the points that Councillor Boyle raised around the work that's been undertaken by Good Night Out and other organizations. I think it's really important to recognize that, and we've had reports through, VPD as well about the heightened risk that, particularly women have experienced in this area, assaults both on women, but also violence that has ensued in the later hours as bars filter out. So I think that there certainly needs to be that lens on that. And I think the opportunity lies in terms of the planning, in terms of the public realm, because there are steps and measures, and we've seen this in other cities around whether both physical space in terms of lighting and terms of, as a case in point examples where you've had it on university campuses where there's been, the blue phones and poles to if you need help. So I think there's many opportunities to make it a vibrant space, but also a safe space. And so really appreciate the addition coming from my colleague and happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. We can move to a vote, seeing no one else on the queue. And that motion passes with unanimous support. Okay, going back to the main queue, Councillor Boyle, you still have the floor.
That's all. Happy to support.
Great, thanks very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Chair. I just, at this sort of late stage of bringing forward, I just want to leave a couple of thoughts. The Granville, when we earlier discussed Granville, and I remember Councillor Fry's comments about kind of our younger days of being there, and then sort of seeing the evolution of this really important, highly visible part of our city, and seeing that it has struggled and struggled to sort of, in a way, is almost an understatement. And we've got parts of this area that are areas that people won't even walk or go to right now. So I remain extraordinarily hopeful that moving forward, that what we see from this initiative is that kind of revitalization. There's a lot of great ideas in here. I still will, in my role here at City Hall, as long as I can, ask questions about, how we plan to achieve some of the goals around the cultural side of things, how we can make sure that there's abundant housing here and abundant affordable housing here for people who are working and living in this space, and how we can make sure that it's a healthy part of and a proud part of our community. We've talked about the shipyards a lot. We can do that. We have, I think we have a real will to achieve that here. But again, this is a start of that process, and I look forward to continuing to be involved and hear more about how we're able to achieve that, working with our business owners and our community groups, and obviously the work that we do here at the city. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate all the work that's gone into this, appreciate the amendments. I certainly appreciate the reference to the shipyards, although we don't have to be the shipyards. I think we can be something different, better maybe, but different for sure. And I think that just reflecting on Granville Street I know we're talking about the Ks here, the K1 through 3, Robson to Drake, but really Granville Street as a holistic street. I hope implicit in all this work is kind of consideration. I know Councillor Dominato and I have been working quite a bit with a group on the waterfront strategy and how that might look at the Cadillac Fairview lands at the foot of Granville Street on the northern side. And what does that look like in the future? How do we potentially connect that as a whole spine, as a downtown destination, Granville Street from Drake to waterfront? And with that thought in mind, I think as well, there's implicit in this, and I certainly don't want to pile on with amendments, but I think implicit in this is a real kind of thoughtful reconsideration around some of the street furnishings around Granville Street and stuff, which were a bit threadbare. How we, you know, when we're talking about a pedestrian area, are we incorporating good, you know, stable bicycle lockups, which is there is a dearth of on Granville Street right now, how we're accommodating a lot of the new sort of micro-mobility, and especially in the context of deliveries and stuff. So there's a lot of great, really fantastic opportunity here. And to Councillor Klassen's earlier comments and stuff, for so many of us, Granville Street represents a bunch of memories and potential. And you know, certainly I remember, you know, when I used to go meet up with friends at the old Burke's Clock, and then we'd hang out at Poser Square, where the Eaton's is, or no, I guess it's the Nordstrom's now, but it was back in my day, it was Poser Square. And that remarking when my step grandparents who, you know, had grown up here, they used to hang out at Granville Street, and they used to meet at the Burke's Clock back in the 50s. And that was sort of the destination for Vancouverites for generations. And I think, you know, let's find the way to make Granville Street that destination for Vancouverites for the next generation, something that is friendly and accessible to all Vancouverites, not something that's just for, you know, weekend warriors coming in from the burbs to get rowdy and fight and drink, but actually for families, for Vancouverites, for visitors, for folks who want to come in from the burbs and have a good time. But let's make it a great street. And I appreciate all the work that's gone in particular, Councillor Kirby-Young's amendments and Councillor Boyle's amendments that kind of build upon a lot of that opportunity, and really looking forward to the work ahead on reimagining Granville Street.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And echoing some comments of my colleagues on the work, you know, the planning exercise before us. First, to start, I'd like to, you know, acknowledge the leadership of my colleague, Councillor Kirby-Young, and really persisting around this and having, I think, a vision for the street that she has reiterated, not only here in today's dialogue, but also in the last term. I think it's really important, and as one of the things that's highlighted both in her amendments, but also, you know, throughout the report is the cultural heritage, entertainment history of this street. But also, as acknowledged earlier, is the importance as we're doing that planning around the opportunity for culture to entertainment is the public realm. Councillor Fry mentioned street furniture. I talked earlier about the public realm, what we can do around safety, but also the idea of pedestrianizing this street. I was down there with some of my colleagues, Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Bly, I believe in the summer, and we were able to experience that with the live entertainment and also the music, but also the energy that was derived by having a car-free street. And there was families there was kids, there was people of all ages, demographics, enjoying not only the entertainment, but some of the markets that had been set up as well. So I think to underscore, there's an enormous value exercise in what we're doing here today. Also, as Councillor Fry had noted, is I think certainly thinking about this in terms of, I think you referenced the spine, but we have been having conversations about what if we could reopen the north end of Granville Street and get rid of that parkade and open that up to the public? So that consideration, while I recognize is not directly part of this work today, but I think it's a really exciting opportunity. And then, you know, I think everyone in this room probably has some snippet of history or connection to Granville Street. And certainly I know from my family, my parents, my people know I have some Italian Greek heritage. My dad and his cousins spent time on Granville Street. We have a photo at home from Fonzie's photos of my dad and his cousin walking down the street. My dad's cousin on the Greek side worked at the Peter Pan Cafe for many years. And so we all have connections to both the south end of the street and the north end of the street. But I think what is compelling for me around the report and the planning here is that it excites the public. It excites residents. We know from, and I know from my family talking, Granville Street's seen better times, and I think this report and the amendments that have been proposed will bring it to better times again, and that's what excites me, and I'm really happy to support all of the amendments and the report and the planning exercise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a big moment for downtown Vancouver and for Granville Street, and I'm really excited to see this move forward. And I'd like to echo my colleagues' comments about Councillor Kirby-Young and your efforts in advancing this. I know this has been a multi-year project for you, so I really do think it will make a big difference. And I'm excited to see more pedestrian use of the street. I think in the summer, if you go down to the Robson Street Plaza by the Art Gallery, you'll see tons of people sitting on the tables and chairs, enjoying lunch, listening to live music. Sometimes there's vendors as well, food trucks happening there. And imagine if we had several blocks of that on Granville Street in the summer. I think it would be such an amazing public space for people to come out to. So very excited to see this move forward. And also the part about the 800 Granville project. I mean, that really would help with the day life of the street to really make it a 24-hour type of street. So very pleased to see that we will be hopefully have that project coming to council for consideration as soon as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be echoing a lot of what my fellow councillors have said. But I too, of course, as a growing up in Vancouver, have a lot of ties. It was really the neon lights in Theatre Row that we were down there for movies every Friday night or Saturday night. And then later on, don't ask, but it was to visit the comic book shop, which was the best comic book shop ever on Granville Street. And our son happened to love comics, so I was there a lot. But I really appreciate very much the amendments, both by Councillor Kirby-Young and by Councillor Boyle. I think that they really amplify and set direction. I'm hearing real consensus around this council table for, and that is a real sort of destination place, as it always was in the city of Vancouver. A destination place for Vancouverites, for the region, for the tourism. So the addition of hotels is critical. I love the idea of a pedestrian-oriented, active transportation-oriented, no cars on the street that Councillor Kirby-Young proposed, and the new hotels. I love the attention to safety for women and others facing gender-based violence, because we've seen too much of that. I've done ride-alongs. I've seen too much of it on those ride-alongs with BPD. And the outdoor music. Yeah, vibrant city, lots of music. I do still like neon lights too. So thanks to everybody for the work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young, closing on the motion.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just make a couple of brief closing comments. I'm incredibly excited about the potential for Granville Street, and I really think that this is a moment where this council is signaling that we want to be bold, and I'll take a leaf from my colleague around always be championing. Lots of acronyms that can come from that. And you're going to see us doing that, championing public space, culture, fun, economic revitalization, and a bold vision for the city. And we deserve these spaces. There's very little large public space downtown. Councillor Meisner talked about the plaza in front of the art gallery on the south side. And we need to move these things forward with wholehearted, unequivocal support. And that was a project that actually got shelved during the budget, an amendment that came forward from council. And we had to, there's scrambling to find the money and bring it forward so that that plaza could get redeveloped. I was disappointed when we didn't approve the Belmont Hotel, who came forth with a recreation with a phenomenal neon sign, which looked fantastic. And we're like, oh no, we got to wait and we have to do a full review. Meanwhile, the street has been dying. And yet the magic of seeing it activated during the promenade we talked about can't be understated. I'm glad that Councillor Dominato remembered that moment where Councillor Bly and I, the three of us, were down enjoying the promenade and sat on a patio and probably supported a small business a bit with a couple of rounds. But it was great to see people down there. There were people in wheelchairs and scooters, families at all times of day, and there weren't any incidents because it was positive energy and eyes and ears on the street. And to have a street that is energetic during the day, that we can have people be outside, the idea of a pedestrian area I think is very exciting. We'll do the homework on that and make sure it makes sense in terms of potential to relocate the buses, as I said, onto the adjacent streets. But we need to be thinking much more boldly and not incrementally. because that's the kind of change that the city needs. So I'm excited to move forward, and wearing my former tourism hat. If you think of all the great places that you go in the city, usually alongside the cultural and entertainment districts, you have a very vibrant hotel use, and that really complements those uses. We've identified a very specific defined planning area here. So you don't necessarily want to put a ton of housing into an area where you're going to have more amplified outdoor music. You're going to have great evening concerts and venues, but hotels exist really well along there. And that is one thing that has been really hard to build in this city, because the economics of building hotel is very similar to the challenges in building rental housing. It's very difficult to do these days. So I'm really excited about it, and that council is also excited about this vision, and I'm happy to see this moving forward. And I appreciate all the work the staff have done on this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. With that, we can move to a vote. And very happy to say that this report with amendments has passed with unanimous support. With that, I'll just perhaps suggest we take a 2-minute recess to allow the mayor to come back and take the chair and staff to turn over. So thanks very much to everyone for your work on that.
reconvene the meeting. Do we have quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is quorum 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll get started here. Our first report is improving life safety in SROs. Updates and grants to SRO collaborative has been held to hear from speakers. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Oh, great. All right, we have Sandra Singh, GM of Arts, Culture, and Community Services here to provide opening remarks.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. We're pleased to be with you this morning. The report you have before you today is a joint effort between Arts, Culture, and Community Services, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, and the Development, Buildings, and Licensing Department. As Council knows well, Vancouver's single-room occupancy hotels provide a housing of last resort before homelessness for many of the city's marginalized low-income residents. Over the past 2 years, the city has seen an increased amount of fatal and damaging fire incidences in the SRO housing stock, putting many SRO residents at risk. While the shared goal among senior government partners is to replace this outdated housing stock with safe, dignified, self-contained social housing at shelter rates, in the interim, critical action is needed to ensure the existing stock is safe and habitable for residents that make their homes there. Today, we will be, oh, I'm just, hang on. Oh, I have to share. It was shared. I'll just wait for the presentation to come up.
In the meantime, if you want to tell a joke, a very clean, appropriate joke. Oh, saved by tech. There you go.
So today, this morning, we'll be providing you with a brief overview of SROs in Vancouver and the trends we are seeing regarding fire incidents and alarms in SROs. We'll also provide you with an update on city-led initiatives to address life safety in SROs, as well as an overview of the recommendations we have before you today, which is to provide a grant to the Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative to provide fire safety training for tenants in private SROs. With me here today are Fire Chief Karen Fry, Deputy Fire Chief Rob Renning, General Manager of Development, Buildings and Licensing, Andrea Law, our Chief Building Officer, Saul Schwebs, Senior Planner with SROs and Supportive Housing, Monica Zist, and Managing Director of Homelessness Services, Celine Mobilis. And all of us will be here to answer questions following the presentation. As Council knows, SROs are an important part of the housing continuum and are often considered a last resort before homelessness for many of the city's marginalized low-income residents. Nearly 7,200 residents in Vancouver make their homes in this type of congregate housing, the majority of which is located in the downtown east side. Approximately half of SRO rooms are owned by government nonprofits and half are privately owned. All SRO rooms are designated under the SRA bylaw, which was enacted in 2003 to protect this housing stock from demolition or conversion. I'll now hand the presentation over to Chief Fry to provide an overview of the fire risks and incidents specific to SRO buildings. And after Chief Fry, our Senior Planner, Monica, for SROs and supportive housing, will discuss the current initiatives that the city is undertaking, as well as to discuss the recommended grant.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Karen Fry, Fire Chief and General Manager. First of all, I'm just going to take one step back and thank you for recognizing Black History Month, and I'd like to recognize all of our Black and African dysphoric members in our fire department. So thank you. So I'm going to go ahead. So SROs are an increased risk of fires due to their aging infrastructure including the electrical systems that many we see are overloaded, sprinkler systems designed at an older standard, and older alarm systems that require constant maintenance or repaired. In buildings with poor heating system, tenants may resort to other methods to keep warm that increase fire risks. Many SRO tenants use bicycles, electric bicycles for transportation, which they at times store in their rooms, putting them and their buildings at risk of lithium battery explosions. SRO tenants are also at an increased risk of fire-related harm due to factors such as lack of proper ventilation, limited means of egress in congregate housing due to clutter, as well as multiple and complex health challenges, including physical disabilities and the toxic drug and alcohol use. Over the last few years, the city has seen a significant increase in fires in our SRO buildings. In 2022 alone, we had 7 SRO buildings were affected by fires that resulted in displacement of tenants, including the permanent displacement of 230 residents. The fire at the Winters Hotel on April 11, 2022 was the largest and deadliest SRO fire in Vancouver in recent years, causing the death of 2 individuals and the permanent displacement of all 71 tenants. Due to the extensive damage, the chief building official subsequently issued an emergency demolition order for that building. The data I'll present in the next 3 slides was provided by our analytics team. The graph shows structure fires in our SROs, which are defined as between 2016 and 2022. The fires in SROs are structure fires, so it's a fire inside the building that causes damage or a fire on the building that causes property damage. It has increased 114% from 104 fires in 2016 to 223 fires in 2022. That's almost 1 fire a day. Additionally, what we're seeing is an increase in fires that start on the outside of buildings. So fires outdoors, which we attribute to being within the SROs or tied to an SROs, are the green bar on the bottom there. And so when we accumulate those 2 together, we see that the risk of fires in SROs continues to be escalate. The total number of fires in SROs has nearly tripled from 2016 to 2022. And the SROs as a percentage of total fires in the cities has increased from 7% in 2016 to over 11% in 2022. Your risk of being in a fire, having a fire in an SRO is 380 times greater than any other residential single-family home in our city. So what's causing the fires? This chart above shows what we're talking about here. As you can see, the majority of fires were caused by smoking materials and the mishandling of lighters, candles, and matches. 60% of the fires caused by people smoking in their rooms or using drugs and smoking-related materials. 5% of the fires were electrical and battery-related combined. The battery-related fires are a new and changing fire that we are seeing, risk that we are seeing across North America. 9% are related to kitchens, which would be related to cooking, and 12% are unknown. The data also highlights the increased overrepresentation of SROs in regards to alarm responses compared to other buildings over the same time period. Fire alarms and SROs requiring our response made up 22% of all alarm responses in Vancouver, a rise from 16% in 2019. Fire alarms and SROs averaged at nearly 8 per day in 2022, compared to 2 per day in 2016. Yesterday alone, we responded to over 44 alarms ringing in the city, and I believe over 30% of those were in SROs. As this graph shows, they're increasingly being triggered by the detection of smoky material, often in common areas such as hallways. So when we talk about responding to the number of incidents, 4,000 fire alarms in SROs across between 2021 and 2022. But every response requires more than one apparatus. We know how quickly these fires, when they come in as alarms, how quickly they can escalate to a fire. So with 4,000 incidents, over 8,300 apparatus responses, and when we have 4 firefighters on every apparatus, that is 33,000 individuals responded to fires. And these are over, so this chart is talking about, we have 8 apparatus and 2 staff for our large and high rises over 4 floors alone. So I'm going to turn it over now back to ACCS to talk about the next steps.
Good morning. My name is Monica Chuj. I work in SROs and supportive housing in ACCS. So in the next few slides, I will talk about some of the ongoing city-led initiatives to address life safety, including fire risks in SROs, as well as the grant we are recommending to you today. So the overall goal of city staff is to maintain and improve living standards for tenants living in SROs. Staff from various inspections departments, including property use, buildings and trades, and fire, work with SRO building operators and owners to promote bylaw compliance. The city proactively inspects all SRO properties through an annual inspection process to ensure compliance with all city bylaws, including the SRA bylaw, the fire bylaw, and the standard of maintenance bylaw. City staff also investigate all complaints received that concern SROs. So if a violation is noted during an inspection, enforcement action is taken to bring the property into compliance. So this might include an MTI from fire, an enforcement letter, or legal order. If there is continued noncompliance following the expiry of an order, the city may refer the file to prosecution, proceed to injunctions, and/or place a notice on title. So in addition to the individual departments' inspections and enforcement processes, the city also has a tactical team, which we've had for many years. It includes representatives from proactive enforcement, buildings, property use, legal services, fire, VPD, and housing. This team meets monthly on cross-departmental items to review issues with SROs that are at higher risk of non-compliance with city bylaws. And the group prioritizes actions through a coordinated, integrated response. So in response to the rapidly increasing number of fire incidents and alarms in SROs over the last few years, VFRS introduced a fire prevention education program for SRO building owners and operators in the summer of 2022. So this program is led by the VFRS Community Safety and Risk Reduction Team. It includes individual on-site training, fire safety walkthroughs with building owners and operators, and a review of fire safety procedures. VFRS has been reaching out to all SRO buildings to encourage participation in this free training program. So as of December, there were 175 building operator staff in 28 SRO buildings that have attended this training. Fire has also met with BC Housing to discuss the impacts of fires and alarms in their buildings and have been working on strategies to address this, including ensuring that all staff working in BC Housing-owned SROs have the opportunity to receive fire safety training. So today, staff are building on the initiatives by VFRS, and we are recommending a grant to the Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative Society to implement a fire safety preparedness pilot program for tenants and private SRO buildings. So the SRO Collaborative was established in 2015 to improve habitability, safety, and housing security for SRO tenants. They have a number of successful programs, which are tenant-centered and peer-led. They resource a network of over 2,000 tenants. So tenants are trained in harm reduction training, they're provided with harm reduction supplies, cleaning and repairs, and they also receive peer-led food and Indigenous cultural supports. The SRO Collaborative also supported tenants in partnership with the city and BC Housing through targeted initiatives, for example, the COVID-19 emergency response, as well as the extreme heat response last summer. So the recommended grant of $110,000 would support the implementation of a pilot program that would fill a gap in the current city outreach by reaching residents directly through this sort of tenant-centered peer-to-peer model that we've discussed. So the pilot will target 18 SROs, including 8 privately owned buildings and 10 Chinese society buildings, which would reach approximately 740 tenants in total. The SRO Collaborative has established a very strong foundation with tenants and landlords in these buildings that they've identified, and this, we think, is a very key factor in this program's success. The grant will enable SRO Collaborative to hire an SRO fire safety coordinator to develop and implement fire safety materials and training, including fire safety workshops that would be in partnership with VFRS, a distribution of a tenant needs survey and multilingual fire safety materials, and the creation of building maps for each building that highlight some key risk factors.
Sorry, I do have to interrupt for 1 sec. I totally apologize.
That's okay.
What I suggest we do is, with everyone's approval, we extend the session to say 12:30. That way we can be respectful of everyone's time, and if the time warrants it, we can actually get our speaker in as well. No. So if we can get a motion to extend to finish the presentation. So moved. Thank you very much. Seconded. And then, sorry, Councillor Boyle.
Can I amend that to extend to finish this item? We have one speaker on the phone and we don't, otherwise wouldn't come back till 3. So to
Okay.
extend to finish this item?
My suggestion, and sorry, I don't know the process here, but yep. Pardon?
Never mind.
Speaker's not on the phone yet.
I take it back. I withdraw my
Okay,
amendment.
so can we get a motion to extend to finish the presentation? And would that be with questions as well to the team or after the team? Great. Awesome, thank you. So we're all clear on that. Seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All in favor say yay. Yay. All opposed say nay. All right, the motion carries. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Sorry
We just have a couple slides here left. So the approval of the recommended grant will increase SRO tenants' fire safety awareness and preparedness as part of larger efforts to reduce fire alarms and fire incidents in the already deteriorating SRO stock, reduce the financial and resource impact on VFRS, and most importantly, help protect the safety and lives of SRO tenants. So while supporting the SRO Collaborative is a strategic investment to address tenant life safety in SRO buildings, the magnitude of the challenges, as we know, associated with these aging buildings requires large-scale investment across all levels of government to ultimately replace this outdated stock with self-contained, dignified, affordable housing. The staff are currently working with CMHC, the Ministry of Housing, and BC Housing on an SRO investment strategy to evaluate and prioritize SRO buildings for renovation, redevelopment, or replacement off-site. In the interim, other city actions are also being explored to address habitability and life safety in SROs. So the DBL department is doing a review of city bylaws that protect the life and safety of occupying residents, especially those living in SROs. This review is in partnership with ACCS and other departments. It's focused on the standards of maintenance bylaw, but amendments to other bylaws, including the Vancouver fire bylaw and the SRA bylaw, may be considered. Emergency preparedness is an urgent priority in SROs, most of which are over 100 years old and house tenants with many multiple and complex challenges. The city continues to work collaboratively with senior government and community partners to address both the immediate and long-term needs of these buildings in order to protect the stock as well as the safety of the residents that make their homes here. So that concludes the presentation. Thank you for your consideration, and please note that all of the staff here will be back at 3 to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying that. So do we do a motion to, no, we just leave for lunch? All right. We are going to recess for lunch. Thank you very much. Yes. And we'll be back at 3.
Hello, David, can you hear me? Or Olivia, can you hear me? Can somebody hear me? Hello? Testing 1, 2, 3.
Bonnie, I can hear you on WebEx. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you, Tina.
It's Tina. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can jab David. Is it the? Do you know if he's on yet?
He messaged me that Olivia will do the sound check with the chamber, but I haven't heard from either of them.
So, Bonnie, this is David. I'm online. I think we're just waiting for Olivia to call in first.
Okay.
And then she can, yeah, thanks.
Okay, thanks, David.
But it's fine. I guess we've done the sound check already, so no point. It's fine.
Okay, sounds good. Olivia, can you hear me?
Hi, Bonnie. Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
so I can just get right into it. Okay, so just getting everyone caught up. We had a presentation before we left, and now council, we have up to, or you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? And yes, there are. Councillor Fry, you are up.
Great, thanks, Mayor. This is great. I love what this pilot's attempting to do. What about the buildings that aren't covered in this pilot program? And I'm curious if we have any kind of plan of action to, like, what are we doing for these buildings? Do we have enough fire prevention folks out there? Are we doing that work?
Hi, Councillor. Thank you, Karen Fry, Fire Chief. So as the report indicated, it will address 18 of our SROs. The other ones, we do have a team of public educators that we have been reaching out with the SRO providers or housing units, but that is only a team of 4 that does it for the entire city. So when we're coming through on our budget, part of our growth plan actually includes more fire prevention inspectors, but at this time, that's what the fire department is doing. And we are continually meeting with supportive staff of BC Housing as well regarding fire safety and the operators.
So to be clear, this isn't replacing the fire department prevention folks, but we need more of them. This is to sort of enhance that and do more of a peer involved.
Correct. We know that peer education works as far as getting buy-in amongst each other, but we still do need to do our regulatory compliance inspections and some of our more targeted approaches of public safety education.
Okay, thanks, Chief. And this may be more of a question for Sandra or even for Saul. Looking bigger picture at like the sort of structural deficits, I mean, we're talking about old plaster and lath buildings, often balloon frame, substandard insulation, different points of ingress and egress. And I guess, like, where does this intersect with that work, and how are we using this pilot to identify some of the structural deficiencies that we might want to tackle under standards of maintenance? And also, secondary to that, how many buildings don't have sprinklers? Because I recall we had a conversation with a SRO building owner who said that he didn't have sprinklers above the Blarney Stone. And
thanks for your questions. Saul Schwebbs, Chief Building Official. My understanding is that all SROs in the city of Vancouver are sprinklered. I will confirm that that is the case, but my understanding is back in, I believe, the 1970s, that there was a mandate that all SROs had to be sprinklered. Your bigger question, the condition of these buildings. This initiative, which I support wholeheartedly, I think this is really important and will solve a number of the problems that we have with these buildings. It won't solve some of the structural concerns that we have in these buildings. These are aging buildings. Most of them are unreinforced masonry. I have concerns about how they would perform, about their seismic resilience. We have issues with some of the structural conditions in a number of these buildings, often related to a lack of upkeep, primarily with the plumbing system and the envelope systems. This is a big step towards some immediate concerns around the life safety occupants of these 18 buildings. And I would love to see it reflected in the remaining 100-some buildings. But as far as the structural concerns, that's a separate problem that we're working on. The motion to improve the efficiency of the standards of maintenance bylaw was something I was very excited to receive. We're using it as an opportunity to look at the standards of maintenance bylaw as well as the fire bylaw and the SRO bylaw to give ourselves some better tools to help improve the conditions in these buildings, structural and livability.
so through this pilot, are these fire watch peers going to be kind of able to identify structural deficiencies like broken plaster that might expose more?
Possibly. We'll have to work on with SROC on the nature of their training and everything what's going to be covered. What I hope would be included is information around smoke alarms, door closers, and the fire separations between units, which is a huge factor in life safety in these buildings. The most frequent thing we see during our standards of maintenance inspections that we conduct annually in each SRO is that there are missing door closers on the unit doors. There are missing smoke alarms, and there's often things hanging from the sprinklers. We identify them, and we get compliance for the most part in pretty short order in most cases. You know, the next year we go back and we see it, and we see the same conditions. So I think getting the residents of these buildings to really understand why those things are there, how important it is for their life safety, to really build some accountability and awareness among the residents of the buildings. I think that's an important tool, or would be an important way forward to help us, you know, our efforts.
Okay, thanks, Saul. I'm out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through you to staff, I noted that all 18 of the buildings are either privately owned or owned by benevolent societies. So just wondering if the Downtown Eastside Collaborative also works with some of the publicly owned SROs.
Hi there. They actually don't work with the publicly owned SROs. They sort of fill a gap in some of the outreach and services and tenant organizing that occurs in SROs by working in buildings that are privately owned. So there are nonprofits that operate non-market housing, and the SRO Collaborative is not involved with those buildings.
Okay. And do we have confidence in what's happening in those publicly owned SROs in terms of fire safety? Do we know what that looks like?
I mean, non-market housing, they're some of our more problematic, or our more challenging buildings in terms of kind of life safety issues. And there's a lot of different factors that contribute to that, but they also house a tenant population that's very, that has a lot of complex health challenges, and they have, and so they're really housing those tenants that are, it's kind of their last stop before homelessness, or the last resort before homelessness. And so we have seen a lot of increase in fire risk across the stock, but particularly in
Oh, yeah.
the
No, I
non-market
totally
stock.
understand that. I'm just trying to get a sense of why the program is not also in publicly owned SROs.
This is just the mandate that the SRO Collaborative has. There's other initiatives that are happening in the non-market stock. So as Chief Fry mentioned, there's a public education that's actually being undertaken by Fire. They're working with both they're working with the nonprofit managers as well as the operators. And through those nonprofits, they're also providing training to some of their tenants, but that's a separate initiative from what we are recommending through the SRO Collaborative.
Okay, but we have confidence that that education is happening through those operators in those publicly owned
Yes, so that
to the tenants in a peer-to-peer fashion, similar to what we're proposing or what is on the table for the.
I can't speak to how they're training the tenants, but we can get more information on that, because this initiative was really specific to the private buildings, but I know that there is education happening in those non-market buildings as well.
Okay, and then I also, through you, Mr. Mayor, or Mayor, pardon me, also heard that one of the victims of the Winters Hotel fire was hard of hearing or deaf. So just wondering if anyone can let us know about what the city is doing in terms of ensuring that there's adaptive technology for fire safety in some of these buildings. In terms of non-auditory smoke alarms, that sort of thing. Or if there's any efforts underway in that respect.
Maybe I'll speak to that, but I will say that one of the, as part of this initiative with the SRO Collaborative, that was a big concern, is around some of the challenges that tenants are facing. And one of the tenants in the Winters, as you say, was actually deaf. And so part of this initiative is to identify those tenants, build those peer-to-peer relationships, and identify the tenants that might need some extra attention or support, like those types of things, you know, issues with mobility or hard of hearing or other kind of additional challenges that they face that would put them more at risk in the event of a fire. And so that's part of that, that tenant-oriented capacity building in those buildings, is to actually have that network of people that know.
Okay, but no specific investment in terms of equipment? Not necessarily as part of this this initiative, but just in general.
Right. Good afternoon, Council. Deputy Chief Rob Renning with Community Safety. Well, what I can say is we have done, when we've known about it, we have approached the operators, and we've had strobe lights installed and other notification devices installed, but it's more of a one-off because we don't always know, and there's a lot of movement with tenants. But when we have come across that during inspections, that is something that our team will do.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Joe.
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this project. But I do have a couple of questions to ask staff. So I think the first question is, it seems like most of this $110,000 grant will goes to the hiring a coordinator position. And we all know there's a big shortage in terms of the labor market. So how confident we are in terms of recruiting this position? And if there's a delay in terms of the recruitment, would that increase the potential risk to the residents in SROs?
Well, based on the proposal that we received, we feel that the SROC has a good plan ahead. And as you know, the pilot is to get underway within 2 months. Once we kind of establish some of the evaluation framework and next steps, we will report back to council if there is any delay in the hiring process.
Okay, but at this stage, I think you are confident we don't have any.
We are.
Okay. The other question is, it seems like based on this report, 70% of this fire incidents are related to human factors. So other than education, other than this coordinator position, anything else we can do to improve the human factors related fires?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Zhao. And I'm just going to actually backstrap 1.2. Not all of our SROs are sprinklered in our city of Vancouver. We have somewhere between 8 and 10 that aren't. Okay, so different things that we can do. We know that smoking-related materials, the human factors related to that, it's not a sprinkler system that's going to smart, it's changing behaviors. So we could look at certain things, not really cutting down on smoking that people are doing in the SROs, whether it's a designated smoking area, and that we would rely on the operators to enforce and maintain. And there could be things provincially like smoking cessation or vaping might be a better option, as well as batteries. So a lot of the lithium-ion batteries that caused 5 deaths in our city last year, we could regulate those, and those should not be stored in units. So we could start making those recommendations through to the housing operators.
Yeah, it seems like it's a multifaceted question. So we really hope, other than hiring this position, there will be other things can be done to reduce the risk. I got one more last question. So it's just a clarification question. So on page 2, it says we have 9 SRO buildings owned by the Chinese Benevolent Society. But for the grant, we're going to offer the grant to 10 organization by the Benevolent Society. So what are the difference? Can we clarify that? Yeah, one is on page 2, the other one is on page 5. I was a little bit confused by the numbers.
Celine Mobless, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. On page 2, that lists the ownership by the stock. And in terms of the 10 societies that the SROC will be working with, those are societies that they have existing relationships with that they will partner for the pilot.
Okay, I'm still a little bit confused. We only have 9 owned by the Benevolent Society. How come we give grants to 10 Benevolent Societies?
That is perhaps we've made an error in our table. We will reconcile the list and get back to you on that.
Perfect, thank you.
Apologies.
Yeah, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you, Councillor Joe. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to follow up on the clarification Chief Fry made there with the 8 to 10 buildings that are not currently sprinklered. Do we know if they are in privately owned SRO buildings or a combination of both? And perhaps just what is the plan in terms of, or what are the barriers to getting them done?
Yeah, thank you. It's a combination of private and publicly owned buildings. A lot of them, some of them came on board during COVID when they increased a rapid housing stock through BC Housing, purchased some. At this point, we don't have a plan in the fire department to have them sprinklered, but it's communication that we'll continue to have through the building division.
Okay, and so for the publicly owned ones, I imagine there's some discussion happening with the province as well. Do we know, so the Rapid Housing Initiative money came in the last 2 to 3 years, and some of those buildings are related. Is it possible to ask for a list of those buildings to be provided to council after?
Correct. We'll get a list of the buildings of the ones that are currently unsprinklered that are being operated as SROs back through to council.
Okay, that would be really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering about, this might go to our city staff, Celine, thank you, Chief, is just around ongoing discussions with the province related to the framing of this report, recognizing that this is for privately held SROs, but just the growing concern and risk related to fires, generally speaking, and life safety. Could you help council understand what those discussions are, what discussions are happening currently at the
Yeah, definitely. With the team here, we meet with operators regularly, and we also meet with BC Housing regularly. So we try to identify for them some of the buildings that maybe have some challenges or the operator needs some additional supports, and also just to ensure that they're aware of some of the challenges that we're seeing in those buildings. So that's ongoing. And I think more broadly, it's partnerships around, perhaps it was the grant to the London, a partnership with CMHC in the province to improve conditions and livability and make them safer. In some of our SROs, we have our SRO grant to support that work as well as with VCH, so the complex care housing model, looking at how they can add some additional supports to some of these buildings to support mental health and perhaps substance use to reduce potential fire associated with that. So there's a variety of strategies. Then ultimately, we want to replace the stock with self-contained social housing. So again, that's an interdepartmental working group that's working to deliver that, or at least look at what it would take to replace those units.
Yeah, and that's great. I appreciate there's a more sort of finer point on the discussions and also a bigger sort of strategic discussion around phasing out this type of housing overall.
Correct.
So, yeah, that's helpful. Just another question. What can council expect in terms of reporting back next year when this pilot is complete, in terms of what we've learned and what those further recommendations may or may not be?
Should council approve the recommendations before you today, we'll work with the SROC and fire and our colleagues in DBL to develop an evaluation framework that will then look at all of those things: improve tenant understanding education, fire drills, recognizing ways to improve safety in buildings. So we'll work with the SROC to develop a kind of a robust evaluation framework that we'll then report back to council on.
Okay, when that framework is developed, and I imagine it would be pretty soon, so that the expectations are clear between both, it would be great to share that with council, maybe in a memo form.
Yeah, we'd be happy to do that.
Just so that we have some context there. My final question in my last minute is, would you say that this funding is sufficient to address the most urgent need that we have right now?
I think it's a piece of the puzzle. I think, again, the important work that our colleagues in fire and DBL do just in terms of regular inspections and making sure that buildings are in compliance. This is important in that it's supporting the peers, that peer-to-peer model, really filling a gap. And even though they're in a limited number of buildings, I think educating tenants more generally with different languages, different types of engagement, be it a barbecue or a flyer, will help improve safety overall. But ultimately, I think it is a stopgap. We do need to replace these SROs with self-contained social housing.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. A couple of follow-up questions, and thank you to staff. As you'll know, I asked a number of questions in advance of this report, which included what percentage of the fire incidents are in privately operated SROs and what percentage are in publicly ones, and were we seeing a higher trend in specific areas? I have some follow-up questions. One on the sprinkler, and Chief Fry, perhaps. Can you just refresh for me again in your comments? Did you say, are sprinklers required in all buildings in the city or not required? Or only in certain builds? And
Correct. Any new build in our city requires a sprinkler.
Not existing?
Not retrofitted. I believe in our SRA bylaw. I'm not sure the year that we made them, we put them in all the SRO buildings.
Okay, but for those 8 or 10 outliers right now, it's not a requirement in our SRA bylaw or our building code to have them sprinklered? I just want to be clear on that.
Currently, all buildings are required to be sprinklered in the city of Vancouver. I'm sorry, Saul Schweb's Chief Building Official. But the building bylaw does not apply retroactively. So we can't, when there's a change to the building bylaw, it doesn't impact buildings that are already been constructed. But buildings moving forward would have to meet the new requirements. I believe it was in the 1970s, 1973 or 1974 that there was a requirement to retroactively install sprinklers in buildings. I'm working with legal to find out what that mechanism was because I've been curious.
And and was that removed, you're saying? To
No,
the
I believe it, I'm not sure, again, it was 50 years ago, I wasn't here at the time. But it was, I believe it was limited to those, specifically to the SROs, but I don't want to speculate further than that.
it would be helpful, and I appreciate you're doing the due diligence to look into that, given that we have those outliers. And the significant fire risks. My other question goes to with what we saw with the Winters Hotel, and Chief Fry will correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I had read that there were not functioning fire extinguishers at the time of that fire in the building. Is that correct?
So there was a fire at the building a few days before, and I believe that they had not been, from reports, they might not have been refilled as of yet.
So they may have been used in the previous fire, but not refilled.
Correct.
I guess the question, sort of where I'm going with this, is I appreciate the focus on the tenant education, because as we saw from your reports, obviously many fires may be attributable to human behavior and incidents. But I guess where I'm going with my question is where does the responsibility lie ultimately in terms of the building and being equipped with those smoke detectors, with those fire extinguishers, with you mentioned the door closers and other mechanisms to prevent and or mitigate fire? Like, who's responsible? Is it the building operators who are managing those buildings ultimately?
Yeah, so ultimately, under the BC Fire Code, the building owner and operator are responsible for complying with the fire code requirements. So ultimately, it is the responsibility of the operators and the building owners.
Okay. And from your experience, in light of, because you've also been doing an education program with the operators, I understand, and that's fairly new, what has been the receptiveness to that education and not only awareness piece, but the onus and responsibility of those operators to be making sure those pieces are in place? And I'm putting a landlord kind of hat on here, is in taking the onus off the tenants, but going to who's managing those buildings.
Yeah, so the uptake in the summer when we started it after the Winters Hotel fire was quite slow. We have seen a large number of operators come forward in the previous few weeks or month requesting the training for their staff. So we're starting to see a bit more momentum on it. We're talking about it quite regularly when we meet with them. We're charging or ticketing them for false alarms quite frequently as well. So we're really drawing attention and awareness to those operators on keeping their buildings up to as aware of fire safety requirements as we can at this point. And it's something that we take very seriously.
Appreciate that. And I know you're doing a lot of hard work in that area. Thank you. That's my time.
Great. Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. My question, I was struck by a couple of the slides that you showed and some of the stats, and I'm looking at the one that showed the fire alarms and incidents in SROs, and smokers materials were responsible for 60% of the incidents and alarms. And then when you had the subsequent bar chart and you saw from 2016 to 2022, this trajectory of an increase in smoker materials. So I guess my question is, obviously critical work and life safety is sort of fundamentally the important priority one, but you're talking about old buildings that are supposed to be non-smoking, and people are increasingly smoking substances versus injecting them. So how realistic are our chances of success in making a difference in that behavior?
I wish I knew the answer to that question, but you're 100% correct. We continue to see escalation in the number of fires caused by smoking-related materials. And every effort, we need to get the building managers and those operators and enforcing the no smoking rules in these buildings. We see most of them are activated in the hallways, and it activates at the fire alarm system or the smoke detector at that time. We need to probably do a bigger or larger address on smoking, because it's not just cigarettes that they're smoking. So they're using open flame devices for their drug of choice.
So, I mean, does that look like, I mean, realistically, it's very difficult to change that behavior. Does that look like, is it less risky? And I hate to use that term, but for people, if they have windows open to smoke in their room, or is it counseling people to try to go outside, or if there's a back door, like, you know, I mean, realistically, these are old buildings and it's going to be difficult to change human behavior, right?
You know, I think they could do smoking cessation type of strategies provincially, making awareness and doing that. We do not want smoking in these rooms under any circumstances. As far as I'm concerned, as the fire chief, it is the #1 risk to these buildings and something that we cannot have. So the operators are going to have to start being harder on the occupants and making them sign agreements to not smoke, or opening rooms within the buildings for them to smoke safely. Because people are falling asleep or being incapacitated with open flames, and that's causing a lot of our fires.
Right, and potentially worse.
Correct.
Okay, is there?
Yeah, I can just add a couple things to that. So, yeah, so we've had some discussions with some of the operators that operate supportive housing SROs, and so some of the things that were discussed, we're working with VCH, and I think VCH has been will be engaged in some of those conversations around a smoking cessation program for tenants, as well as encouraging the use of vapes, or even being able to distribute those vapes free of charge, so that tenants can choose that over cigarettes or other smoking materials. Also, staff potentially confiscating dangerous items from rooms during room checks that could potentially cause risks for fire, like candles and lithium batteries. And then the other thing that was discussed was around renovations or modifications to buildings to provide welcoming, efficient, and well-ventilated smoking rooms. That's something that we see in a lot of the new supportive housing buildings and TMH buildings. So if existing buildings could be kind of retrofitted to accommodate that, there would be a dedicated space for people to smoke that would maybe be more of an option for them than what they have right now.
I appreciate that. With my last minute, because I was going to ask about engagement with VCH, and I guess my question is, other than fines, to put the pressure on the operators to kind of make some of those changes, that's pretty much our regulatory toolkit, is just keep hitting the operators financially if they're not regularly purging rooms of potentially incendiary items. Is that from a regulatory perspective all we have?
Yeah, I think fines are one thing. I think it's collaboration and working at that provincial level with BC Housing and the BC Fire Commissioner's Office. This is not a Vancouver-only problem. SROs and smoking and the risk is across the province.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I'll also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Now, we will first hear from Wendy Peterson.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Wendy.
Okay, there's a bit of an echo. I'm echoing, so it's kind of hard for me to hear myself, but I'll give it a shot. I'm with the SRO Collaborative, and I'm with the group that wrote the proposal. And I missed the staff's presentation, but I heard most of the question period. I've lived in the downtown east side for 30 years and worked for 20 of those years on housing issues. And I'm the founding executive director of the SRO Collaborative, and we've been around since 2017. So I'm here to introduce a little bit about our organization to you, to those of you who haven't met with us yet, and to answer any outstanding questions that you may have about this proposal. So our mission is to improve habitability, affordability, safety, sense of belonging in the hotels. And we do this with our tenant-based initiatives. And we also have an SRO degree that provides education to peers that live in the hotels. So our goal is we help tenants connect to the community, and we help the wider community connect to these tenants. And this has not been done before with this population, and we're kind of spread into about 2,500 rooms altogether. So we look for tenants that have talents and who want to exercise their talents organizing in their hotels, and we call these tenants super connectors. So what we're doing is we provide low barrier employment with these super connectors, and right now we have about 80 in our network. And we're building up our capacity to take on more projects. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is create a new housing model where tenants are not just passive social service recipients that are waiting on staff to make things happen. Not to say that isn't important, because we do need staff in buildings. The nonprofits are doing a great job. But our focus is on the 100 hotels on 100 privately owned properties. And these properties and the tenants are basically in a state of systemic stuckness for a lot of different reasons. And this project that's in front of you today is one part of our larger effort to keep these tenants out of your emergency systems and out of the province's shelter and supportive housing system. So about this particular project in front of you today, this fire safety project, as you know, is happening in 18 out of the 100 hotels. It won't shift the onus for fire safety away from managers and owners onto tenants, but it does tap into the tenant's self-interest to take more responsibility and contribute to solving this problem. So the city staff saw this potential in my group. I think we first started talking about it in 2021, and I could see they started knitting then, which I really appreciate. And I've been seeing a push for something like this personally from tenants right after the Winters Hotel fire. Tenants are afraid. They see all the news about the fires. They see more fires in their own buildings. 8 fires a day or false alarms in the community, in the SROs, is unacceptable. Tenants are self-motivated to help. We did a test run through the Arlington Hotel with the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service captain and educator with tenants in December, and it was such a good experience. I'm so glad I got to go. And so I went with I went with the staff that's going to run this project, plus 3 tenants and the fire captain. And it was really good. We learned so much. I was so happy. And we ended up spending a lot more time together than we thought we would, because there was so much to talk about and the tenants were so keen. So we need to bring on the staff capacity and the 18 super connector tenants into this project. And we need the funds to pay for the stipends for the peers so that they can lead this project in their hotels. They're going to survey their neighbors. They'll map the buildings, in terms of people with disabilities and, like you said, people that are deaf and have mobility issues and people with pets. They'll attend the workshops. They'll receive flyers about the risks around certain batteries and et cetera. They'll do a walk through their own building with the Vancouver Fire and Rescue Service rep, educator, make a fire escape plan for everybody in their building, designate a marshalling area. They'll do their own barbecue/fire drill in the summer. They'll make a plan to tackle a few of the issues. We will note bigger issues that need to be addressed potentially with other strategies. We'll do an evaluation. We may or may not engage directly with the landlords, but if we do, we'll work in ways that don't antagonize them or cause unintended consequences. Our focus is purely on building the capacity of the tenants. And if I had to say anything, the thing I want to say is they have the most to lose and the most to gain in terms of getting involved.
Hi, Wendy.
And
Sorry.
I'm here to answer any questions.
Wendy,
Yeah, that's
Wendy,
it.
I do have to cut you off, but you know what? You're in luck because, we're in luck. We have a bunch of questions for you. So, Councillor Fry.
Great. Well, I'm so pleased to be here to answer them.
Hi, Wendy. It's Pete. Just looking at some of the, because you've successfully deployed a few of these projects like the SROC and the Toro. Can you just touch on how this peer approach differs from sort of like a management or a landlord or an official approach?
Well, I think what I've noticed and why I'm so jazzed about doing this work and want to keep doing it into the future is I think tenants have been the missing link in a lot of these buildings. I think they've relied on their landlords and managers for leadership, but they haven't had an opportunity to take leadership themselves. Sometimes the landlords and managers tap them to do things, but it's better if there's a group outside that can also tap people to get involved in their buildings in constructive ways. So we have a way of recruiting the folks. You know, there's always people that want to take on projects and are very keen about certain topics. So we have a process for finding those people. And we're building tenant committees out of all of the leaders that take on different projects. And we seem to be doing okay because we're also not stepping on any of the tripwires in terms of antagonizing the landlords. In fact, I'm finding the landlords are very appreciative of having the extra capacity in their buildings, and they're wondering, why is all this happening? But this is good. Yes, I'll take a meal. Or, yes, this guy who's doing this repair project in a tenant's room, this is a good thing. I really like this guy. Maybe I'll hire him too.
Yeah.
So I hope that answers your question.
It does. So you've alerted me to the past, some unscrupulous landlords removing doors from units and stuff and creating unsafe conditions for fire. We're not talking about these landlords. These are more kind of collaborative, approachable landlords that we're piloting with.
Yeah, there's actually one. I don't want to point them out, but there's a couple on that list that are a bit more challenging places to be. So we're looking forward to getting into those buildings. But just to be honest, they're all of the SROs are not in good. Even the ones that are run by the best landlords have issues like doors that are permanently propped open because there's elders in the building that can't get up the front stairs very well, and if they have to navigate a door as well at the top of the stairs, that's difficult because the door is open, and so it's like a little chimney. So that's not good. But it would cost a lot of money to put magnetic doors that close shut, that stay open and then automatically close if a fire alarm goes off. So even the best of the landlords, still there's things that could be done to improve, fire safety in their buildings. And I'm interested. This project is going to help me personally and the SRO Collaborative really become more expert around. I already know a lot, and I'm learning, and I'm going to know even more soon.
Hi, Wendy. I do have to. Sorry, I do have to cut you off.
Please
with,
do.
Councillor Fry. But you know what? We are in luck once again because we have Councillor Bly who has some questions for you.
Okay.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Wendy, for calling in. Just a couple of questions to follow up. I know you have a very clear matrix of the existing SRO buildings in the city of Vancouver. I have asked staff to provide the list, so it's fine if you don't know, but are you aware of buildings that are not sprinklered in your information?
No, I've never come across a building that isn't sprinklered. So they must be other buildings. And like they said, some of them sound like they are newly entering or newly purchased by government. So I'm not aware of that, but definitely all the buildings that we're going to be in have sprinklers in them.
Okay, that's helpful. Could you share a little bit about, we've heard this in sort of other discussions related to SROs and landlords and sort of standards of maintenance and our building inspections and following up on those bylaws, that there can be a risk to tenants. Could you maybe just add some context to unintended consequences when there's sort of punitive or overly restrictive infractions or what have you, with landlords?
Yeah, I've kind of learned this the hard way. If you can hold the landlords to the highest degree of the bylaws, but they could also decide at that point that it's not worth it to house the population that they're housing and decide to transform that population. And it's really easy for them to do, especially without a vacancy control bylaw in place and other protections for the tenants. So we've seen buildings empty out when landlords throw up their hands and say, okay, if you're going to make me do all this stuff, I'm just going to get rid of these guys and go for higher income renters. So I think there's a fine line, but I think we're on the fine line with the collaborative and finding ways to and kind of incentivize these landlords to hold the tenants in place longer in some spots where we can, but we are losing hotels in other places. So you have to be a little careful, and I'm sure the city staff face the same issue where they're like, well, you know, a whole bunch of these things could be done, but what are the things that we can get the landlord to do that isn't going to cause a full-scale building closure and still provide housing and not end up putting people out onto the street?
Okay, one last quick question. Do you think the funding is sufficient for the high risk or the risk out there currently?
Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, I don't know why you can't hear me. I just asking if I asked staff if funding is sufficient. Could you answer that question?
Oh, sure. Well, we're getting pretty good at budgeting. So we budgeted really carefully for this grant. We did want to just work in a small number of buildings to start, just to test it out, and because we're developing a project with this grant. So it'll be a year of development and testing it. So we don't, if we wanted to scale up, obviously we will know more by the end of the year. There is money in there also to do the evaluation, but we're finding it actually is a lot of administration to manage staff properly.
Wendy,
There's enough money there, but we could use more in the future,
Wendy, sorry, I apologize. We're way over time. I did give some extra time because of technical issues, but I want to thank you very much for all your insight on this. Okay, with that being said.
Thank you. And if any of the councillors want to come for a tour sometime, let me know.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Okay, this is the end of our speakers list for this item. Thank you for addressing council, like I mentioned earlier. Would someone like to move a motion? Great. And Councillor Boyle and then Councillor Dominato seconded. Council, is there any discussion? And I see Councillor Dominato. Okay, so we have Councillor Dominato first.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you to all of the staff in preparation of this report and the recommendations. And thank you, Wendy, if she's still on the line listening, for calling in. I have circulated an additional recommendation for council's consideration, and it does really flow from my reading of the report, and it's probably been reinforced by some of the answers I got back in questions, as well as questions raised here and information, and I'm hoping staff would bring that up.
Great. So should we be moving to the amendment queue then? I'm going to move to the amendment queue. Sorry, Councillor Dominato, do I get you back on here? And then if anyone has questions for Councillor Dominato.
I'll start speaking to it in the meantime. The additional recommendation or direction is directing the mayor to write the interim CEO of BC Housing, as well as the provincial minister of housing, with respect to the fire risk in both our privately and publicly operated SROs, and to seek a meeting and discussion with respect to more short-term measures that can be undertaken, whether that be around education, regulatory, or funding, to address what I think is quite a serious concern in our city. And I appreciate that staff are having those staff-level conversations at the operational level, but I think there are times when we really need to elevate the conversation at a political level between the elected officials, and in this case, the mayor, with the minister responsible and the representative from BC Housing. I'm just looking to see if that amendment's up on the screen. I don't see it. Thanks. No, it's okay. I just think it's easier for, yeah, no, it's all good. And I underscore it because I think I really appreciate, and I'm going to support the report and the recommendations around the grant for the tenant education. Appreciate there's been work already undertaken to deal with the owners, operators. But every time I hear about a fire, I think we lost life in the Winters Hotel. I think there continues to be a risk. And I think the data, the information, and I'm not going to cite it because you've all heard it today from Chief Fry, tells a story of just worsening conditions. And I appreciate it's complex. But I think there needs to be a bigger conversation because these are not just simply, we're not seeing these fires in privately operated SROs. We're seeing them in publicly owned and operated ones through BC Housing and nonprofit operators there. And again, I'm not pointing a finger, I'm saying we have a risk, and I think we need to see some collaboration. And I think that we have seen that already with the province. There's a real willingness to engage on issues, particularly around the downtown east side. And so what I want to see is more urgency and to have a conversation around, well, we're working on a longer term strategy to deal with the SRO stock, what can we do now to eliminate the risk of more loss of life in our city? And I think it's not going to be one solution, but I think that's an important conversation for us to have. And we're a new council and with a new mayor and council, and I think everyone around this table shares the concerns around the well-being and safety of residents in these buildings. And so we're not quite there yet in terms of renewing that stock and moving to a different model. I think we need to act with some urgency. I'd like to. So that is the amendment tabled.
Okay. Is that why you're on in the queue, or? Okay, yeah, okay. So we have seconded. Is there any discussion? Okay.
I'll just speak very briefly in support. You know, I think we heard from our staff, Celine Mobiles, that there is a finer point in terms of the discussions happening with BC Housing and the provincial government, Ministry of Housing. I am aware that what we want to be doing is focusing on a long-term solution to reducing the need for the stock. And I think we're all aligned on that. So I do agree this short-term risk and the short-term approach to managing risk is incredibly important. And the tension between persistent homelessness, the operators of these buildings, the fire chief having to go in and sort of determine what that risk factor is, but yet the onus is on the operator in terms of what they're going to do about it. And the idea that somebody who may be causing some of these concerns based on mental health issues, addiction issues, smoking in their room, that then ends up being at risk of eviction, it just is a cycle that we just cannot underscore. The level of frustration and helplessness, I think, that everybody feels in major positions of power and authority, to be quite honest. So I appreciate this motion, and I'm speaking to it because, Mayor, this is asking that you write a letter and have a meeting. And I think this is important context to be having this conversation, that nobody is in a favorable position in this dynamic, including landowner or building owner, including operator, including fire chief. Nobody is in a good position. So we need to accelerate self-contained supportive housing units in our region. And I don't even know what the number might be in terms of an accelerated rate that we need to be advocating for. So we are not dependent on these units, these buildings at all in the medium to long-term future. So I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments on the amendment? Okay, so why don't we put it to a vote then? All right, the amendment passes unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go back to the main queue. So Councillor Dominato, are you off the queue now, or?
I'm done for now. Thanks.
You're done? Okay. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to just speak generally in support of this motion, and then I have an amendment later. But in support of the motion, I just want to reflect, I've lived in and around the downtown east side for 30 years. I've even lived in an SRO, and the extent to which we've started to see these catastrophic fires, in particular in the last 5 years, is very alarming. And I know that the work that the Downtown East Side SRO Collaborative have really been pioneering at this sort of peer-supported, really engaged work, I think is critically important. Obviously, this isn't going to take us off the hook for fully funding prevention staff at the fire rescue and this budget, which I think is equally, if not more important. But I think that this points to some really important work that needs to happen. And I think empowering tenants is critical in this conversation. We spoke last year off record about an SRO that was actually removing the doors as part of a clearing out the tenants in anticipation of getting rid of the low income tenants and replacing them with higher income tenants. And that kind of stuff is obviously a significant life safety risk. And I think empowering tenants to be aware of that, to be aware of their surroundings, to be aware of these very old stock that has a lot of complications and a lot of opportunity for catastrophic fires. This is really great. And I'm very appreciative of staff and the fire rescue for supporting this. And thank you, everybody. Now, I have submitted an amendment, and we can maybe just jump over to the queue.
Awesome. Amendment Q number 1 again. Sorry, Councillor Fry, can I just get, oh, perfect, thank you. Oh, I just killed you, or took you out of there.
There we go.
So I'm going to press, oh, you got it?
All right,
Thank
we're
you
good.
very much.
We're good. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. So we heard from the chief that we have 8 to 10 SROs that aren't sprinklered. And, part of this was tweaked by a conversation we had when we were having that update after the horrible Winters fire that caused devastating loss of life and destruction of the building. And we heard from Eddie Emmerman, who is the building manager of the Blarney Stone. Now, I don't even know that necessarily the Blarney Stone is an SRO, but it's certainly of that kind of vernacular in that age. And he revealed that there was no sprinklers in the upper part of the building because it was deemed a non-conforming building and that renovations had to happen first. And I'm just going to quote him from the CTV article that he spoke to. Sprinklers save lives, period. Having sprinklers in the building with the current existing non-conforming building structures is better than the status quo, which we will rather keep than spending millions of dollars trying to bring the building up to the modern, air quotes, code in order to have sprinklers approved. We simply cannot afford to do so. So my concern is if we have buildings that don't have sprinklers, and we know that the Winters fire catastrophe was a direct result of the sprinklers being disabled, we need to better support those tenants who are potentially in buildings that don't have that critical life-saving technology that are sprinklers. So asking that staff report back with considerations to work with Fire Rescue and the SRO Collaborative to identify and expand where this pilot can be deployed to improve fire safety and tenant education, specifically in those unsprinklered buildings.
Okay. All in, so first, second, then, Councillor Bly, sorry.
I have a very hopefully simple amendment to the amendment I'd just like to add if we could.
Okay, can I please get you to join Amendment Q2? Thank you. We'll advance you. Thank you.
Thanks. And I would actually like to just speak in support of Councillor Fry's amendment, and I agree this is a very important piece of work in terms of reporting back, which is why I had asked staff to report back on the 8 buildings or 8 to 10 buildings that may be something we need to sort of have on our radar. And also, I think it's a very important distinction if they've come under the RHI funding, and that criteria is pretty restrictive or has in the past been restrictive. And so if that means that we're buying buildings or that money is funding for the purchasing of single room occupancy buildings that are not sprinklered, I just want to make sure that we're covering our bases, that any recommendations that come forward, because there may need to be more funding and more work to do, is done through options related to various funding streams, including the empty homes tax. So that is the amendment that I've, thank you.
Second. All right, and then is there discussion? Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm happy to speak in support of this amendment, particularly in light of the fact that one of the provisions around the empty homes tax is specifically around affordable housing, and I think that it would, and again, not prejudging what staff would come back with, but I think that it may be aligned and fit with the existing definitions. So happy to support the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can I ask a point of information through you to staff?
Sure.
Thanks. Can staff advise why this is coming, the source funding for this current grant that's in front of council is from the operating budget and EHT was not contemplated for this specific grant?
Yeah, thanks for the question through the chair. So the EHT is, the constraints on funding for EHT or the expenditure of EHT revenues are limited to affordable housing projects or initiatives. I think I don't know the wording at the top of my head. I think we'll have to consult with legal on whether this meets that definition. I'm not certain it does, but we're certainly happy to explore it as the motion requests.
But we have maybe a follow-up, if I might, through you, Mayor. We have previously advanced, if memory serves correctly, funding related to SRO initiatives through EHT, have we not?
In terms of, I'm not so much around fire safety training of this nature. So again,
I think it was around vacancy control and education, other initiatives. So it's the same. I guess I'm asking the question in the sense it's the same affordable housing stock in terms of supporting security of tenure and safety.
Yeah,
would that not meet the same threshold?
I think, Councillor, again, we'll have to get advice from law on that. I'm not really in a position to debate that with you here. I think the question is it affordability or some other aspect? But certainly here, the question that Council's asking, I think it's a good one, and we're happy to report back.
Can I ask my last follow-up question point on that? And sorry, did staff actually consider, did staff just assume that this would be from operating, or did staff actually consider whether this could come from EHT?
For the question, Councillor Sandra Singh, General Manager. We did not contemplate whether EHT would be a source from this based on the discussions we've had with legal services in relation to other types of services and work. But we can certainly, as the city manager noted, take it back and ask the question.
Okay, and then my last, sorry, I knew this, that would be the last follow-up, but my last follow-up to that point through you, Mayor, is then could that be done and if the funding source changed on this grant without any further direction of council? Would staff be free to, if council approves this grant, would staff be free to pull from the EHT, or would that require either alternate direction from council at this point?
That would require alternate direction from council. Again, this is a relatively small amount of money, Councillor, but we could certainly come back, I think, in that report back. If it does look like EHT is a feasible funding source, then we could provide a path at that time to swap the funding sources.
Okay. Thanks. And then just in speaking to the amendment, I'm happy to support the amendment looking forward. I will make one comment that I think $110,000, like every penny counts in the city budget. We do have some very real pressures in front of us. So I would like to have seen us look at this. Perhaps we consider a separate amendment. I'll support Councillor Bly's, but I would have liked to have seen us look at this original report because we've got, if we can utilize that, it doesn't, very bit helps on the budget pressures we're facing otherwise. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. Well, Councillor Kirby-Young did ask the question that of staff through you as a point of information, but it sort of leaves me. I will support this only because what I'm hearing from staff is that they will come back with an answer as to whether or not the empty homes tax can be pursued as a source of funding. But you know, I was toying with just actually abstaining only because I like to know that what I'm voting on is feasible. And in this case, I don't know if it's feasible or not. But staff have reassured me that they will come back with an answer, and at that point, maybe council can provide some further direction. But it's a bit troubling to me that I'm not able to clearly say, yeah, I support this and it's doable.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, this is a question that I've had regarding this report, but I also recognize the life safety, the urgency in this report, and to have staff go back and figure out different sources of funding. Like, We don't have time for that. And I have to say, although I appreciate I do appreciate sort of Councillor Carr's due diligence. There's many times that we send staff to go and explore options based on something that then they come back and let us know, yeah, you can do it, no, we can't. So I think this sort of fits that very open-ended, but really provides that direction to staff, because it was the first thing I noticed in this report in terms of not being clear where it was coming from in terms of funding and why they chose operating over other. However, put that aside, the urgent nature behind what needs to happen, the work that needs to happen in this report supersedes that, given it's $110,000. And this could continue and it could increase. And that, I think we need to get more information back on whether or not we have a different funding stream other than operating. So just wanted to offer those additional notes to respond to the discussion around chambers.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will put it to a vote. Voting panel, please. And this is a vote on the amendment to the amendment. All right, looks like everyone's in favor, so it passes unanimously. And now we will go to Amendment Q1. Councillor Bly.
I'm just going to cede my time for a minute.
Okay. Councillor Dominato.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to simply say, with respect to the initial amendment, I'm happy to support it. And again, reinforcing, I really think, and Councillor Fry actually used the word, it's alarming what's happening in these SROs and the significant risk to individuals living there. So I think it makes great sense to be looking at expanded option, and particularly around those buildings that may be unsprinklered. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I actually just wanted to, I've spoken a lot on this report, so I just want to close my comments to say thanks very much to our chief and team and our city staff for working on this, bringing this forward. It's obviously something that is a concern, and the chief keeps in very good communication with us on a daily basis in terms of some of the urgent and concerning life safety calls that the fire department is getting to this vulnerable housing stock. And I know we all pay very close attention to those. So having some action around that particular reality is important. And so just thanking staff and the chief and fire department and team for doing that. And also just to acknowledge the work of the SRO Collaborative. You know, I think that under the leadership of Wendy Peterson, but also the whole team consistently showing up to empower tenants and consistently showing up to to be a partner with operators in a very collaborative way in its own name is essential, regardless of what problem we're trying to solve. And so I think that that SRO Collaborative has time and again shown tremendous skill and ability and results at the end of the day to be able to connect some of these pieces, and as was indicated by our staff, to not have just to relieve some of the tensions between landlord and tenants, and ultimately in this housing stock for vulnerable residents, it is most important. And again, hope to continue to hear more about how this work is serving SRO residents and how this council can understand what those impacts are and work to partner and improve the outcomes. That's it.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks. I want to speak in support of the report. I appreciate the work that's been done by staff, and the alarm, that's not actually a pun, it wasn't intended, that's been raised by our fire department about really serious concerns with respect to the trajectory of increasing incidents that are happening in the housing stock. It is heartbreaking when you see any loss of life or people being displaced from their home and standing around the Winters Hotel and watching people literally with sort of the embers when it was warm for days is something that I think that nobody wants to see. And as we're struggling to get people that are unhoused off the streets, and to improve renewal of the SRO stock with more dignified housing to have those self-contained units. We still have this very old stock that we have to kind of manage and deal with. And so, I mean, I think it's imperative that we try to do the best that we can with those challenges to try to alleviate it. I'm not naive that it's a pretty tough road to hoe to change some of the human behavior. I hope that the good work of the SRO Collaborative can really try to facilitate that, because we are talking about life and death. I do want to, speaking to Councillor Bly's amendment, and I appreciate her bringing that forward. I'm really hopeful that based on the questions asked by council and the dialogue, that staff can interpret that language, if not as explicit, that it's not just sort of in terms of future work, but the EHT could potentially be applied to this specific allocation. I'm never a fan of saying it's not a large amount of money, or it's just 110,000, because it all adds up pretty darn quickly. So I'm really hopeful that council signaling its hope, I guess is a good word, that EHT can be used as a source of funding without having to sort of belabor that point or tweak the funding. But I think it's a very appropriate use, and I think we've used EHT funding for other initiatives around security of tenure for folks in the SROs, and I think it is within the spirit of what that EHT has established and intended to support. So I'm going to signal that very clearly, that I hope staff feel they have enough flexibility in the amendment in order to draw upon that as a source of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. For me, the important thing here is getting this work done. And I am very, very grateful to the fire department, to Chief Fry, and staff for bringing this forward, and really to the frontline firefighters as well. I mean, these buildings, I'm sure all of you have been through some of them. It is frightening to think of the conditions in those buildings, frightening for the residents. And I fear too for the firefighters who go in when these fires occur. I mean, there's holes in the floors and walls, and it's to me extremely disturbing to think of the risks that are there. So thank you for the work that you do. Secondly, to Wendy Peterson and the SRO Collaborative, I am in awe of the work that is being done by the Collaborative in terms of building community, a real sense of participation by those who live in the buildings in wanting to improve the lives of everyone who lives in those buildings in a really proactive and self-directed way that I think is building pride too amongst the residents there. So I think that's in a very in the most difficult form of housing in the city, this work is as I say, I think just phenomenal, and thank you for doing it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm just going to provide some closing comments too, because it seems like that's what we're doing, even though we still have an amendment.
I was going to bring that up after.
That's okay.
So.
We'll get there. And similar to others, really wanted to echo that gratitude. Seeing the fire chief and the fire service working in such a connected and collaborative way with community is, I think, a really important and proactive approach to this critical, heartbreaking problem. And as has been said, really deeply appreciate the leadership that the SRO Collaborative is providing on so many fronts, and particularly the comment about the leadership of the tenants being a missing link in this work. And so others have spoken to the real significance of tenants working as peers in the buildings to build that shared responsibility and shared awareness and shared safety. I think all of us who have lived in apartments, multifamily buildings understand that connection between residents and supporting one another and helping have some shared accountability in our buildings goes far and beyond any sort of rules that we could put in place, though of course those are also needed too. And so really just want to lift up the peer-to-peer work that the SRO collaborative is doing in in supporting residents to keep these buildings safe, while that longer term work to build more dignified secure housing, shelter rate housing for residents is happening as well. So really absolutely supportive and of this work, and hope that it will continue as needed until we've found those longer term solutions.
Great. Thank you very much. So advance that. Did we vote on the amendment Q1? No, I didn't think so. All right. Seeing no other questions or comments, can we please put it to a vote? And this is a vote on Amendment 1. Great. And the vote passes unanimously again. All right. So now let's just go back to the main queue. And I know a lot of people feel very passionate about this and acknowledge all the support. If you've already made that comment, if you could please refrain from repeating those comments again. Councillor Fry.
Oh, no, I'm good, thanks. That was a holdover from.
Okay, awesome.
I made my closing comments.
Well, why don't we put that one to a vote? And oh yeah, I should tell you what we're voting on here. Technical term here. We went all over the place. Just saying. Pardon? Yeah, I'm just trying to find it on the script here. All right, so you're making me actually having to think here. Okay, so the motion that everyone already voted on, except for Councillor Montague, I might have to switch it on you guys. Or just bear with me for 1 sec here. Okay, the motion that everyone jumped the queue on except for Councillor Montague, which I want to acknowledge you, is we're voting on the main motion as amended, and that would be improving life safety in SROs, updates and grants to SRO collaborative. And we're just waiting for, oh, there we go, in favor. One person was, no, you're actually paying attention. Thank you very much. It looks like the vote passed unanimously. Okay. Thank you, everyone. All right. So we have 4 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing of September the 12th, 2019. Councillor Bly was absent for this item at public hearing. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the relevant meetings. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Okay, Councillor Klassen?
I have and I will.
Councillor Meisner? Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
Councillor Joe? And myself, I have not, so I will not be voting. Bylaw 2 is from the public hearing of February the 9th, 2021. Councillors Klassen, Meisner, Montague, Joe, and myself were not on council at the time of the relevant meetings. Councillor Klassen, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner? Thank you. Councillor Montague?
I have and I will.
And Councillor Joe? Thank you. And myself, I have not reviewed the document, so I will not be voting. Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or for conflict of interest? Great. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 4? Thank you. Great. Thank you. And thank you. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Motion carries unanimously. The list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, administrative motions. There are 2 administrative motions on the agenda. Approval of form of development 2268 East Broadway. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Council, are there any questions to team members? No? Would someone like to move the motion? Thank you. Councillor Carr, seconded. Councillor Blythe, thank you. Council, is there any discussion? All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Approval of form development 720 East 56th Avenue. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Council, are there any questions to team members? Oops, request to speak. Councillor Dominato, is that right? Okay. Good thing my reaction time is very quick. Would someone like awesome. Council, is there any discussion? No. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries unanimously. Okay, council member motions. We have 4 council member motions on the agenda today. Motion B1 is requests for leaves of absence as follows. Councillor Boyle for personal reasons for meetings on February the 2nd, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Is there a mover? Seconded. Councillor Joe, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously.
Mayor, I have a point of,
sorry.
I think it would be procedure.
Sorry.
I believe that the council meeting reserve on February 2nd has now been canceled, so perhaps we don't need to go through the request for leave of absence on that day.
Is that correct?
Mayor Sim, we do need that reserve. We have a special council that day. We will, if it's not needed, staff will release that.
Point of a follow-up, and that I was advised, received a confirmation from the city manager that has been removed from council's calendars. I was just trying to save us time, but if it's fair to do this.
So, city manager.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take a look at that in terms of where we're at. So there may be some confusion there, Mayor. So if we can get back to council just on the scheduling.
Okay.
That date.
So just a point of order though, point of order. So can we still, so we will still move and second Councillor Boyle's request for personal reasons. And then if the meeting is canceled, then it's a moot point. And if it's not canceled, Councillor Boyle can still have her like have her leave of absence for personal reasons. Okay, great. So we've moved and seconded, I believe. Is that right? Did we get there? Okay, all those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. The motion carries. And yeah, if we can find out if we have a meeting on February the 2nd, that would be great. Thank you very much. Motion B2 is piloting a culturally appropriate, Indigenous-led supportive housing and wellness center project in partnership with Indigenous peoples, and is being introduced and moved by Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Okay, thanks very much. So I just quickly introduce the motion as stated, piloting a culturally appropriate Indigenous-led supportive housing and wellness center project in partnership with Indigenous peoples. So Vancouver has the third largest urban Indigenous population in Canada. In previous councils over the years, since 2014, particularly declaring a city of reconciliation, declaring Vancouver a city of reconciliation, has worked and found ways to partner with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations and urban Indigenous communities in advancing policy and meaningful action to advance reconciliation. We've had a number of discussions around this council chamber related to the need for Indigenous-specific programs and services that can provide spiritual and cultural and traditional health and healing supports in our city, and specifically in the downtown east side. As a city, we're committed to building on established mutually respectful relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, and to respect the rights of local First Nations and urban Indigenous peoples. City of Vancouver, in fact, has an Urban Indigenous Peoples Advisory Committee and has a history of working with stakeholders to advance efforts, including the work of the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Response Report, and specifically the social planner assigned to that file, and they've been working with UIPAC ongoing. So this motion really intends to direct staff to continue that work with stakeholders. This motion is looking to advance work related to what has already started by the end of Q2, and opportunities to advance this work. And it really does provide an opportunity for this council, a new council, to assert support, to acknowledge and build upon the previous work of councils, advisory committees, and stakeholders with renewed engagement and prioritization. So I'll leave it there. It's at 2 minutes. It's not a lot of time. There's a lot to say about this motion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for this. You spoke to it a bit, but I'm just hoping to clarify what is new in this motion that isn't work already underway by staff.
The work outlined in this motion is actually asking staff to report back by the end of Q2 2023, and we didn't have a timeline on this work at all, other than staff, of course, continuing to work, well-intentioned, but without a clear sense of the timing. And that timing priority needs to be set by this council, given we're working in that work plan.
Okay, so I appreciate that. The report back is the addition to the work that's already underway. Got it. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Council, are there any, does anyone else have questions for Councillor Bly? And you do have up to 1 minute to ask questions. No? Great. Now we have received requests to speak to this motion. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I skipped that one. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. We have received requests to speak. Sorry. Do I have to? We don't have to vote. No, thank you. We've received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we can refer the motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on Wednesday, February the 1st, 2023, which starts at 9:30 a.m. Would someone like to move referral? Thank you, Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Klassen. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Motion is referred to tomorrow's Standing Committee meeting. Now, I've brought forward two motions and would like to now relinquish the chair to Deputy Mayor Kirby-Young. So I may move and introduce the next two motions.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Motion B3 is titled Industrial Modernization and Intensification Framework Development Process Update and is to be moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Mayor, you have 2 minutes now to introduce your motion.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so the industrial land motion. This motion asks our team to accelerate initiatives to protect, intensify, and modernize our industrial land base and identify any additional resources needed to support these efforts. The focus of this motion is to keep businesses and employees here in Vancouver. And it'll have a lot of other side benefits with improving, our carbon footprint. Industry and workers are having to move increasingly far away from the city due to a shortage of available industrial land. We want people to envision a future here. We want them to work here invest here, and choose to build their lives here. For Vancouver to maintain its status as the economic hub of the Lower Mainland, we must take steps to preserve industrial land for the future of our city. This motion serves to achieve related goals such as reducing commute times, adapting to new technologies, and lessening the impacts of industrial rent price escalation over the long term as we intensify, preserve, and even look at the possibility of adding to the city's industrial lands.
Thank you, Mayor. That was in half the time. Record time, though. Council, at this time, are there any questions for Mayor Sim? You have up to 1 minute to ask questions, and I see Councillor Boyle has a question. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have a similar question, noting a fair amount of this work is underway by staff so far. I'm just interested to get a clarification about what in this motion is new relative to work that's already underway.
Well, there's a couple of things. First, we're looking at accelerating initiatives to protect, intensify, and modernize our industrial land base. And at the Board of Trade, State of the Union address that I gave, I wanted to send the signal that Vancouver is open for business, and we're going to rethink everything, and we're going to make it easier for businesses to succeed in our city. And so what we want to do is we want to accelerate the initiatives and get people like the team here.
I'm almost out of time. I just wanted to check. So like the last motion, it's an update on work underway and possibilities for speeding it up.
Possibilities
Sorry,
for
that is your time. I'm sorry. I know the minute goes fast.
No problem.
Okay, at this point, would anybody like to second the motion?
there's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. My apologies, Councillor Fry. I didn't see you pop on there. Go ahead.
Curious on the piece about the moratorium and the one-for-one swaps. Obviously, we have to grapple with the regional context statement at Metro. How does this play into that? Has that been part of the conversation at the Metro table?
Sorry, you cut out there a little bit.
So when we talk about the land swaps and the moratorium on converting industrial land, we already have the regional context statement at Metro that sort of earmarks industrial land. How does that factor into this? Is this additional work for Metro or?
Well, I know what we're doing here is we're asking our own team members to relook at everything, and I'm not going to make assumptions as to what they're going to come up with their recommendations, but I can tell you we've had a lot of conversations around how first, when there's a one-for-one swap, I know I'm running out of time here. We if you swap and it's outside, like the city of Vancouver, we could lose those jobs. The other thing that has come.
That is your time, Mayor Sim. I'm sure we can have a more fulsome debate tomorrow.
I'm happy to second the mayor's motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry. Seconded by Councillor Fry. We have received requests to speak to this motion. If council would like to hear speakers, we can refer this motion to tomorrow's Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting held on Wednesday, February 1st, which starts at 9:30 a.m. I have a mover to refer, Councillor Boyle. Seconded, Councillor Meisner. All those in favor? Hearing none opposed, that has been referred to tomorrow's Standing Committee. The next motion, which will also be introduced by Mayor Sim, is titled Supporting and Expanding Vancouver's Tech Hubs, Clusters, and Districts. Mayor Sim, you now have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Awesome. Well, thank you. So this is the Tech Land Reserve and Tech Hubs motion. This motion asks our team to identify lands that can be used to create a new Tech Land Reserve and identify, as such. The focus of this motion is to support Vancouver's growth as an emerging global tech hub. So there are countless stories of entrepreneurs, companies, engineers on the forefront of Vancouver's, burgeoning tech sector. Vancouver has the potential to emerge as a global hub for business, technology, innovation, and creativity. And we know that we have the talent and the companies, the entrepreneurs, the conditions to make something incredibly special happening here. And I know I speak for, a lot of us in this room, if not, I actually don't want to speak for anyone in this room here. That's a mistake I've made before. We're in the same time zone as a lot of the technology companies that are changing the world. We're already a leader in artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, life sciences, the blockchain, green tech. Most people don't know this, but we actually have the number 2 augmented reality and virtual reality industry on the planet, just outside of Silicon Valley. Now is the time for us to take the next step in becoming a global leader, and I believe we need to create the right conditions to make sure we nurture these industries. And it's important that Vancouver has dedicated lands for the promotion and the advancement of our technology and innovation sectors. This is about ensuring that technology companies have the opportunity to grow and expand within the city of Vancouver. And this motion builds off other actions we're taking to attract and retain both investment and talent in Vancouver.
Perfectly timed, under the wire. Council, any questions at this time? I am not seeing any. Would someone like to second the motion? Councillor Meisner. We have received requests also to speak to this motion, and it can be referred, if council desires, to the standing committee tomorrow, Wednesday, February 1st, commencing at 9:30. Would someone like to move referral? Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seconded by Councillor Bly. All those in favor? Okay, seeing none opposed, that has been referred to tomorrow's standing committee meeting. Back to you, Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. So notice of council member motions. Are there notices of council member motions for upcoming council meetings? Reminder to please take, okay, well, we don't have to do that. Okay, we have one item of new business on the agenda today, which are requests for leaves of absence as follows. So Councillor Fry for personal business from meetings on February the 9th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and for civic business from meetings on February the 15th, 2023 from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Councillor Meisner for civic business from meetings on March the 8th, 2023 from 1 to 4 p.m. Councillor Bly for civic business for meetings on February the 1st, 2023 from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. and on February the 9th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for personal business. And for Councillor Carr for personal business from meetings on February the 9th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Would someone like to move the motion? Okay, thank you. Second, thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any other items of new business? Oh, you have a list here. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to give notice of motion for the council meeting of February 14th. Sorry.
Yes, sorry. We already read that part of the motion. Are there notices for council members' motions for upcoming council meetings? So clerk.
Point of procedure, Mayor. I believe that was skipped over, perhaps inadvertently, and I think that's why the councillors were on the queue for that.
Okay. You know what? I did read the first part. I didn't read the second part. So in the spirit of, making sure we do the right thing, can we accept Councillor Carr's motion?
I think we should do that for all. I believe there's a number of councillors on the queue. I believe there's a number of councillors on the queue for that purpose because that was the next section in the agenda, and I just think it was inadvertently skipped over. So,
okay, that's fine. Awesome. Thank you. See, we're coming up with solutions here. So, clerk, point of procedure. Do I have to? Can we just continue on? And that's like. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So just so I'm clear, Councillor Carr.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to give notice of my motion for the council meeting of February 14th. The title of my motion is Climate Action Costs and Benefits, and I have sent that in to the clerk.
Great. Thank you very much. So can I have someone second? Nope. Nope. Perfect. Awesome. So Councillor Carr, I think we're good here. Councillor Joe?
Okay, thanks, Mayor. So I also like to put forward a notice of motion with the title of Equity Lens Review of City Bylaws to ensure equity is at the forefront.
Thank you very much. So noted. Councillor Bly?
Thank you very much. I have one notice of motion repealing Vancouver's single-use beverage cup fee, February 14th meeting.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And Councillor Dominato?
Mayor, mine was actually a new business item, and it was simply an LOA.
Okay.
So I don't know if I can proceed with that now.
Sure. All right.
And that's for February 8th. LOA for civic business, February 8th to 10th, or February 8th from 6 to 10.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry, I guess I have to add myself to the queue here. Councillor Dominato?
Sorry, Mayor, just to clarify, it's actually February 9th from 6 to 10. Okay.
All right. So February 9th, 6 to 10. We're all good now? Awesome. Thank you very much. Did we just lose some? I thought I saw Councillor Kirby-Young on the queue. Or
Yeah, I had a quick point of procedure. I believe that the procedure bylaw requires that when members introduce their motion, they need to specify the date. And I don't believe that every council member that called notice did that. So just acknowledging that perhaps we need to ensure that's done.
okay. So clerk, point to procedure. Can we rewind back and make sure we have all the dates so noted?
Mayor Sim, I can confirm that the emails that were sent in as instructed does have the date on it.
Okay, great. So we're good? Thank you very much. Myself, I do have a couple of days that I want to note, times that I won't be here. February the 7th from 5 p.m. on for civic business. On February the 14th from 5 to 7 p.m. on civic business. On February the 15th from 9:30 a.m. to noon on civic business. And on March the 2nd, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. for civic business. Councillor Fry?
Oh, are we on to inquiries now, or are we still on new business?
We're still on new business.
Mine's an inquiry, so.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll up the timer. There we go. Are there any other items for new business? Great. Inquiries. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters?
Yeah.
Oh, we have to vote on the new business. I'm sorry. It's not in the script. I'm sorry. I'm still new to the job. Thank God the probation period's 4 years on this one, eh? All right. So can we call this to a vote? Pardon? Yeah, can we call this to a vote for all the LOAs? Do we have to do it through the system, or is it yeas and nays? Okay, all in favor say yay. Yay. All opposed say nay. Oh, sorry. We have to move it and second it. Whoa, like this is totally going off the rails. Thank you very much. Seconded? Awesome, thank you. All in favor say yay. Yay. All opposed say nay. Great. It carries unanimously. Okay, inquiries and other business. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? And I see that we have Councillor Fry. So, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, question through you for the city manager. As we see, we just had a notice of motion called for the repealing the cup fee. And my understanding, we were supposed to get a year out report back from staff on the cup fee, and I'm wondering if that's on track and when we can expect that, and if that's, yeah.
So as of right now, staff are planning to provide that report back. My understanding, Councillor, and I'll need to confirm this for you and Council, that it's targeted for the fall based on when we're receiving the data. But I can confirm the timeline.
Any way we could expedite an advance report back, given the indications and the chatter generally about repealing this fee? before we've.
I don't believe that's possible, again, just based on when we're getting the data from businesses, but I'll confirm kind of that where staff are at with that, and then council can consider that in considering whatever the amendment might be, or the motion, sorry.
Okay, I have another one, but I'll just come back on for 1 second before I.
Okay. So Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. That was also one of my questions and inquiries, and my others about the Vancouver Folk Festival. I, like many, I'm sure, have been hearing from residents across the city about disappointment about the possibility of the festival not continuing, and I'm wondering if staff have connected with the festival, or if I could make that connection and have staff meet with them to see what could be done to continue a long-standing Vancouver tradition that thousands of our residents enjoy each summer.
Thanks, Councillor. I actually don't know if there's been any connection or contact between either, this is a park, would it be the park special events team or our culture folks, but I can certainly confirm that, whether there has been, and if there's any issues that we're aware of that the city may be positioned to assist with.
Okay, really appreciate that. I was able to have a preliminary meeting with the president of the board to talk about concerns and have a follow-up meeting coming up. So I'm happy to put staff in touch with them as well and see what we might be able to do.
We're 58 calling.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor, the second inquiry is also the city manager. And that's around the animal shelter co-location with the SPCA that we've approved in the capital budget. And I'm hearing that there's some concerns around what happens to our kennel attendants when that ultimately happens, and maybe if we could get a more kind of comprehensive update on what that model is going to look like, what it means for the shelter capacity component and our current kennel workers.
Sure. Yeah, happy to provide a report back to council on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to let council and staff know that there was outreach that had done with the Folk Festival. A meeting took place over a week ago with members of their board. There is some follow-up discussion. In fact, I got a message during this meeting to follow up with one of the members of their board. So I'll try and make sure that others are briefed as to the progress, but it was really just to let them know that the city certainly has an ally here from the city council and would like to support them in any way, maybe just thinking outside the box. Given their situation, but from what we did hear from the members of the board, they are facing some very significant challenges with the logistics and costs. But as soon as we have more update, I'll be happy to share it with everybody.
Thank you very much. And so are there any other inquiries or other matters that? Nope. Not yet. Thank you. I know we want to get out of here. We will. I do want to apologize. Sorry for the confusion on the notice of council members' motions. You know, if it's one person, it's one thing. When everyone has a bunch of motions, I obviously missed it. So I apologize for that. All right. Now, the fun part. May we have a motion to adjourn? Awesome. Seconder? Awesome. All those in favor say yay. Yay. All those opposed say nay. Great. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.